Alright, hello everybody. So starting to get finished up here on the Albatross. So let's get going here. So nice to see everybody in chat. Hello Diablo, hello Grafton, the Oofer Taffy, hello. Jason, how are you? So just getting set up here, should be all set, get all my posts going here. So did a little bit of work on the interior of the cargo bay of the old Albatross. And so the Albatross is looking pretty good now. We've hidden all the panels, some doors, so we'll do a quick little walk around recap where we're at. So Albatross, it's painted in the same livery as the stall airplane, so this is kind of my cargo division. Have some front doors here. So this is one thing I've been doing recently that I think is a cool strategy for those of us who use, you know, these kind of our own custom-made doors. If you just change the color a little bit on it, it's kind of like an old cartoon where, you know, the part that was going to open, and so it draws your eye to it, so it's easy to find the door. So instead of just looking like the button or a handle for a door, it kind of has a little bit of an outline. And so this is the We have 2 symmetrical doors here. And so this is the first time I've kind of textured the inside of one of my cargo planes. I think it came out pretty good here. So we have some side texturing, a little bit of roof texturing. I had some cross beams in there. I took them out because I want to be able to fit in my vehicles. So they all fit in here the way they're set up. Have some anchor points here. I might drop the anchor points down, but that screws me up back here. So I don't know. Might leave this one up and drop the other ones down. But lots of anchor points and ropes that are pre-slung so that I don't have to worry about them. Not a P3 Orion, it would be more, I'd say, C-130 is not right. C-130 is so old at this point. It has a modern nose on it and modern tail, so it's kind of just a modern turboprop. And then we have our ramp here, so I did a lot of microcontroller work, cleaned up a bunch of panels, got those going. A bunch of systems are in, cleaned up the cockpit a little bit, so we'll go over that. So we have ground services panel is now buttoned, so and working. So ground service, I might not read everything out right. I have to hook up APU diesel. The fuels need to be hooked up, but this will allow me to cross-fill the tanks. Have the hose anchor for jet, electrical cable for ground power, and diesel for the APU. And there is the ground services button there. Let's see what else I've done here. Put on some anti-flap. It is flying beautifully now. It has the proper deck angle. So what happens in game is we essentially get a lot of lift, but not a ton of drag when we put down our flaps. So we should be getting drag as well. So as we're getting that, you would still have your deck angle up, so you should have a positive pitch attitude. So if you had tilt sensor, it would show a positive number as you're coming into land. And so you don't get that in game properly. So I added in on the live stream yesterday. You won't be able to see them. They're all XML'd in here. But like you'll see, can I fall in there? Probably not. Right here maybe. I put in some anti-flap, and so it's essentially a bunch of small fins, and they work opposite to the flaps. And what that does is it helps tip the plane and give it a lot of drag. So as we're going, as we have full flap, we're not just getting the lift of the flap and essentially pitching the nose up. It's like trying to lift the tail. It is also giving us drag. It's settling the whole craft down, and that gives us a proper pitch angle so we can approach properly. Have the old Albatross and tail number on there, so it's 89 Alpha Zulu. And let's see. Nav lights in there. Another Albatross on that side. So that's pretty much that. Let's go in the cockpit. Did a bunch of work in the cockpit, getting it kind of the way I want it looking. Check the chat a little while we're doing this. No, it's hard to it's hard to figure out max cargoes in this. We can haul insane amounts of mass in games, so it would be unrealistically high. For example, we have, let's see, fuel wise, we're running almost symmetrical. We have that'd be 32.4, so 32,400 pounds of fuel in here, and it laughs that off. Some changes in here. So let's see, I added in the ice panel. So we have de-icing in here. So the way the de-icing works is reasonably slick. Right here is where is it? Right there. We have a rain sensor, and this is annoying in game. Control when you're in game will slow you down like this, and in the editor it's shift, so it's opposite. So I always forget. So we have a temperature probe and we have a rain probe, and that will give us an ice indication. And so we'll get that ice indication when we have ice. IRL, you have these they're a little probe that sticks out, and they're heated. So the water will hit it, freeze, and then it will start to vibrate because it's no longer smooth. And that will tell you have ice on there. Then what it does, it goes through a melt cycle. So it melts the ice and then shuts it off and reapplies to see if you just had like a fraction of a second of icing or if you actually have sustained icing. And then it would, trigger the light. So these will trigger the light when we get icing, and then I can go wing de-ice and prop de-ice. At some point, I want to set this icing system up that what it does is it will start to reduce our lift. So let's say, for example, it might lift the flaps opposite by, say, 10 degrees or something, and that will start to kill our lift if we don't deal with our ice. So that would be kind of a cool system. did that. I have generators up to, where are we at? 1, 2, 3. This needs to be Gen 4. I need to fix this to a flip switch. Now we have 4 generators, 1 for each engine. That's going to be in there. What else did I do in here? I moved my panels up. I think that's better. If we sit in the seat, you'll see that's better. I can see all my gauges now. My autopilot stuff is pretty much where I want it still. I think what I'm going to do at some point is I want to revise and update this autopilot panel to be a 3-wide monitor. And so what it will have is I'll probably move the mode buttons down the bottom, and then if you look on this page here, you can see how I can click through here, and I click through digits. And so what I'll do is I'll put a 3-wide digit for heading, and I'll put a 4, it would have to be more than that. It would be a 5-digit for altitude, and that will allow me to like key them in. So hopefully I can get everything in there. You know, this large keypad is large, as you imagine, so it's kind of tough. And one of the things, I can't put 2 panels in front of one another, so I have to move my monitors. So this is going to be the FO's multifunction display here. And this is going to be the captain's multifunction. I need to get into Lua, learn a bunch of Lua, and get in there. It's not bad, but it's time consuming. And so what I've been wanting to do for a long time is an annunciator panel. So for example, in the most modern, airliners, what I have experience in, say for example you get a caution message. So caution message, for example, let's say my fuel here is out of balance by 200 pounds. So you might have a signal that says, okay, when the fuel is out of balance by 200 pounds, you get a caution message. And it'll pop up a yellow message. You get one ding, it goes ding. And you get a yellow message that says fuel imbalance. And then okay, I'll balance my fuel. If, say, they were to get 1,000 pounds out of balance, you get what's known as a warning message. That would be a blinking red message, and it would flash, and it would go fuel imbalance blinking red. That tells you it's more serious. With a yellow caution, it would blink once, and a light and a button. You'd have to press a button, and that button would then cancel the message. A red warning message, it will ding you constantly. It will go ding, a couple seconds, ding, a couple seconds, ding, and you can press it and acknowledge it and silence the button. And then if you don't change the condition in, say, 30 seconds, it will do it again. So that's something I want to put in there. That's how it happens in real life. So for example, if the imbalance got too bad, you would say, oh, warning, I forgot to balance. So you look at this and you say, okay, that needs to balance over there. And then you're like, okay, then the message would go out. So that's going to be a lot of work to get that up to running the way I want to. So, but that would be kind of cool to get the autopilot. So I've moved these. Here are all my, these need to be fixed. We'll do that. NPs are fine. So this is actually the RPMs of each engine controlled by the prop. That's why it's NP. NG is essentially the power. So I need to change the way this is read out. We have ITT, which is inlet turbine temperature. These are the temperature in game of the turbines are incredibly low, where IRL they're incredibly high because you're putting such a volume of air through there, and it's kind of cool. I'll show you. I'll do a little bit of stuff. I spent a semester working on just turbine engines, so it was, that was one of the things that was fun in college. Let's see, display cap, there we go. Alright, so for example, your turbine, we'll go over turbines really quick. I like talking about this stuff. So, your turbine is, let's see, 2 rectangles good, black's good, 2's not going to work for me, 20. So here's your turbine. So you start with the big, we'll talk about kind of turboprop here. And so you have your turbine, and so in the front of your turbine, you're going to have, you have a shaft going all the way through like that. And you actually have a shaft within a shaft. So you have your N1 blades, and these aren't all that important on a turboprop because you're not high bypass. And so let's say you have 3 stages, so 3 blades there. That's sucking in the biggest volume of air. And then you get a constriction. And so you start to constrict in. So, this is how you start to build pressure. So you come in like this, and then you'll come down. And so this is a convergent nozzle. So it converges into the center. And so essentially all that in order to increase pressure, you have to decrease speed. So the air is coming in fast, especially fast. You're pulling it in with these fan blades. And so let's say we're going 200 knots. We're going 200 knots. We're sucking in the air. It's going very, very fast now. And the way to increase the pressure is to decrease the speed. And so in here you have your N2 section, which is compressor blades. And so I'm just doing an ugly job of making this. But you have your compressor blades in here, and you have lots of compressor blades. This is your compressor section. And so as the nozzle converges, it's slowing the air down. So that's increasing the density. So you have real thin air coming in. It's starting to go in here. It's slowing down. And then it's being compressed further by the blades. You're getting more and more blades. That's less space for air. That means the air has to slow down even more. If you came in with this air going super duper fast, it would just blow the fire out. And so now what you're doing is you're going to take this high pressure air and you're going to put it through burner cans. And so the burner cans are kind of neat. And the reason why turbines can operate at very high temperatures, so here you have your compressed air coming out. And the burner can, let's kind of make it just a square. So the burner cans, let's say you have 2 square burner cans. You actually have a ring of them, but we'll say they're 2 square burner cans. And so what happens is you have air go all the way around the cans. And then you have air, some air is going to go through the cans. And in the can you have a nozzle. And so the nozzle is going to be injecting fuel in here. So real simple, just a fuel injection nozzle essentially. And so that's going to inject fuel in, and now you have air mixing with fuel, and there is for starting, generally you only need the igniter for starting, and you'll turn it on in like thunderstorms, but you have an igniter here. And so as the air comes in, it's mixed with fuel and it's ignited. Well, we'll do an orange a little bit here. Let's do this. And so here you have your fire, right? Now, if your fire was touching this black metal here, it would, it would melt through the metal. It's that hot. But what's happening here is you have some nice cold air, and the nice cold air is going around. Let's just change size here a little bit. There we go. So the nice cold air is going around the fire, and what it's doing is it's causing the fire to be centralized, and it's protecting the burner can from having the fire touch the metal. So the fire actually never touches this black metal. And so what that does is that protects it from overheating. So it's all air cooled. So, air coming in here, through here, and then it goes through the can, around the can, and now it's going around the can too. So the fire's heating up this metal, but this air going around the can is also cooling down the burner can. And then it comes back to your turbine section. And so what you have is you have some turbine blades, and this is actually what's running the engine. They're kind of cool. They're very simple. They seem very complicated. They're actually one of the simpler engines. They're much simpler than a reciprocating engine. And so you have multi-stage turbine generally like this. And so say we have 2 turbine blades running the N1 section and 2 running the N2 section. So you'll have a shaft here, and the hot gases are now shooting back really fast. And so these are accelerated out, and so these blades are coated in ceramic. These blades are not. It gets hot in the compressor section. It gets really hot. It's like 300 Celsius, something like that, if memory serves. In the compressor section, these are actually ventilated fins. So the little fan blades have holes in them, so air can even go through the fan blades in the compressor section to cool them. These don't need it. This is nice cold air from outside. This is starting to get hot here. This is starting to get really hot here and shooting out. And these are all ceramic coated blades so they don't melt. And as the air goes through these blades, starts to turn it. Well, these are your N1 blades right here. So what these are doing is these are directly connected to these blades here. So as the air blows through here hot, it starts to spin these blades up, which spins these fans up. And so it's a direct shaft drive on that. Then there's a direct shaft from here to these compressors. So this set of turbine blades would be your compressor blades. It actually is probably backwards. Probably be this one, I can't recall, because you'd have to have an increased diameter shaft going on the outside of the internal shaft, and this probably is the small internal shaft running this. So it's probably N2 here, N1 here, and then they exhaust. And so that's how a turbine would work. And then what you would do is you would run off I believe the compressor section So for a turboprop, you run what's known as an accessory gearbox. It's somewhere in here. I forget exactly where it is. But you would be taking off one of these shafts, and you have an accessory gearbox, and it's a shaft and then goes into a gearbox to either reduce or increase it. Generally reduction. You know, turbines are low torque, high RPM. So you want to convert that high RPM into torque. And so that would come out, and then you know, it would go out and actually run the prop in a turboprop. In a jet, it would run things like your generators. For example, our Rolls Royces had 2 generators per turbine. It will run accessories like, what else would it run? It depends on the plane. For example, you have, you know, a lot of large, like, commercial airliners will have air start. So you take bleed air to start the engine. In a lot of smaller jets, for example, the small corporate jet that I flew, we had electric start. So you would actually have the shaft would come down into a gearbox, and then you had your starter generator. Instead of just a generator, the starter generator could turn both ways. So when you're starting, the generator would turn backwards and actually spin the engine up. And so a little bit of turbine stuff. That was one of my favorite things that I learned about for my degree was turbines, but really interesting. They're really cool. Let's go ahead and go through here. Chat. Let's see, where are we? I'm catching up to where you guys were. How's it going there, SPC8? Trying to start a modular engine using other engines' power, is it possible? Yes. You can start, for example, like, you can start a modular engine. I've done centrifugal clutches. So what a centrifugal clutch is you spin up a flywheel and then you engage the clutch. As long as you get that engine up over 2 RPS, it's going to start. So for example, you could even roll it downhill with the clutch engaged, and as long as you can get the engine over 2, as soon as you give it fuel, it's going to start. So you can start it with another engine. Staying alive. How's it going, Citrus? Yep, I used to fly over Travolta's house at what was it, Jumble Air when I was flight instructing. Yep, party. Let me see, where are we at? Good job. 2C5M. 2-cylinder 5N modules. Yep, so put some, you know, comments like this are good. I like to know what people are actually looking for. I'd like to make a medium truck chassis as well, so I'll make a 2-cylinder chassis, and I'll make so the plan is to go probably do an 8 or, yeah, I'll probably end up being an 8-cylinder heavy or medium duty truck. So it'll be, you know, that would be like a box truck, like a UPS box truck or a FedEx box truck, something like that. 26, 28 footer would be what that is. So let's see, Hi Citrus, let's see. Yeah, Lua's time consuming. That's kind of my issue with Lua, is it's very time consuming, and you know, I think it's cool when it pays off. Like, this was fun to do. This wasn't that bad. This one was a little bit more complicated. This was me teaching myself how to do it. You know, a lot of the stuff I'm not great at, so it takes me a little extra time, and so it's like I kind of balance it, like, you know, I could learn this Lua, which I should, or I could build this plane, and so I'm like, I'll build another plane, so I really should get into the Lua. Yeah, so it's like, you know, tutorials don't go that in depth, and part of the problem too is they don't necessarily apply to this particular game. So, you know, I really was hoping that Clara would do some more Lua stuff. Her Lua is really good, and she started doing a little bit of video on it, and then I think she's been busy with other things. But be nice, somebody who's really good. Like, I would love to see Basilicious. Like, Basilicious made all these gauges. These are fantastic. I would love to see like a tutorial on how to do them. You know, but some people aren't into tutorials like that, you know, so I'd really like to see somebody do that. Auto crossfeed, it's manual. Yeah, it's a manual crossfeed. You know, they very rarely get all that out of balance, and so it's like, it gives me something to do. Like a 15-minute flight up to the Arctic, it's like when I start having nothing to do, I'll crossfeed. You know, so I like to keep that as manual, and, you know, even in, you know, like the $25 million jet that I used to fly, it had manual crossfeed. You know, the pilots often don't want too much automation because it's like the plane, the computer, if they do weird stuff, you still have to live with the consequences. If the autocross feed breaks and it pumps 1,000 pounds into one side and now you're struggling to keep the plane flying level, you know, it's still something you have to deal with, so you would rather do it yourself than rely on the computer. Ah, giggity. I'm just reading some stuff. Yeah, a little bit of reverse engineering would be good with some Lua. Kind of learn how to do some of that. How's it going there, MCSF? How's it going there, Tidge? No, I did not design the screen. Those are Basiliciouses. Let me see if I can grab a link to these screens. Basilicious does great work on, again, like, I would love somebody, you know, if I can learn the Lua, I'll make a ton of, you know, some more Lua. You know, the issue is I don't know it well enough, I think, to make a tutorial, because if people ask me a bunch of questions like, hey, how do you do this? It's like, I've got no answer for you, you know, and so that's one of the things that I try to get a little bit of expertise with it before I start trying to do a tutorial on it, because that way I can answer some questions, you know. If I'm just like barely groping through it myself and then I do a tutorial, it's like when people ask more complicated questions, I can't really help. So those are Basilicious' screens there. I would make the chassis. So I would just do, I might do a test with, I'd probably make it just a container hauler, like a hook lift container hauler. But, you know, it's not all that difficult. I would probably go to a 6-speed transmission for a box truck, because, you know, right now my light truck is down to, you'll probably run around 190 to 100 miles an hour. And so, which is, you know, way over what a normal truck would be. But in order to get the gear ratios even lower, so like a box truck is running, what the hell is a box truck running? A box truck is running about like a 7.5 to 1 would be its low gear. And so I think my light truck's a 5 to 1, something like that. And like a tractor is running like a 15 to 1. So that would, because I already have the tractor gearboxes out, so I want to get the medium out, then the tractor chassis out, which are pretty much just an engine hooked up. But I need to get the microcontrollers all smoothed out for those. Mini truck race, that would be interesting. That would be fun. Stick it in the help channel on Discord if you're looking for help. Either I or somebody usually is in there to get it. That way, if I'm not on or I can't do it, somebody else usually is in there and is happy to help. A lot of people like helping out. So here's the help channel. Stick that on Discord. You know, and somebody will help out. And if I, you know, usually if it's something that can make a reasonable video, I'll do one of my help videos on it. Sometimes it's like, literally it's a 5-minute, like, oh, there's the problem, fix it, and so it's not a great video, and I might just fix it and tell you what it is, but stick it in there, and if I can't get to it, somebody else usually will. There we go. Alright, so let's look at this a little bit, what else I've done. So kind of tidied this up, moved the panels up, they're more comfortable up here. I think this is going to be my new footwell design. I like this. As you can see, we have, so IRL, you can slide the rudder pedals in and out, and then they pivot off a central part there, and then this looks like the seat slide tracks there. Have oxygen here and a kit bag holder there. We have our lights here, so this is from the light dimmer tutorial, so as you can see, lights are in there, and they dim out, dim, bright, red, and then off. So that's in there now. Let's see, this parking brake's still there. Eventually it will migrate back to here, but I need to fix that. So I need to figure out what I want to put here. That's flaps. That's going to be GPS, heading, altitude, all my autopilot stuff. This is probably, like I said, MFD for the first officer, and then it's going to be MFD for the captain. So what I'd like to do is do another multi-function like this. And so it would be a multi-page like this. And so what I want to do is when there is a caution or a warning message, it will pop up this page. And then it will prioritize that page. Then I want to do a fake transponder, because you don't really need a transponder in game. So it would just be put in your squawk code. It would have altitude setting, it would have off, and it would have a ping. And then I would want to do a radio page. So just again, like fake RP radio page. So it's for when I'm doing like cap air and stuff, we can do that. When I'm doing this, RP that. So let's go for a quick little fly-a-roni here. Let's actually do something here really quick too. Let's go in here. So currently I'm at I upped the power spec on the engines. I also added in here. So these eventually I want to get these out as a module. So this is the controller for these engines right here. And so what I want to be able to do is have this turbine pulled, the whole turboprop assembly. And then, you know, for example, if I want to build another twin engine, I can just put 2 of them in. If I want to do a 4, I can put 4 in there, 6 in there, you know. And all these panels talk to each other. You have to change up some numbers, but they're not too bad. And then like here, I changed some stuff here. So RPS max we have here, RPS idle. So like I increased this used to be 12.5, it's now up to 13.5. I can change my minimum prop pitch and my max. So I did a little bit of change on there. Let's stick with what we have here. I think this is running pretty well. Let's go for a little flight. It flies really well now, and it approaches and lands properly. So one thing that's cool with the... Let's start firing up engines. It takes me a second. So one thing that's really cool now, too, is with the PID controlling the blade pitch. Before I was having a problem where, for takeoff, I don't have the extra drag from the flaps, right? I go to flaps 1, so 1 setting of flaps on takeoff. When I'm landing, my flaps are full, so I have a lot more drag. And so what happens is I didn't have enough blade pitch to maintain speed and not stall. I was right on the hairy edge. Are these coming up? They're coming up very slowly. Why are these coming up so slow? Those stalled out. Okay, they're up. Are they up and running? Okay, they're up and running. And so I didn't have enough blade pitch. Now what happens is by going to 13.5, it automatically will make it so the blades will start to increase their pitch a little bit more because my engines are bogging down. So that PID system automatically will control the pitch like it would in real life. So say for example, if you're exceeding the amount of RPM, well, what's it want to do? It wants to reduce your RPM by increasing your blade pitch, giving you a bigger bite out of the air. So I had a gauge up here. You'd actually notice. So for takeoff here, let's go flaps 1, brakes off, and we'll start taxiing. Lights are working now, so let's go beacons for now. And so let's go bat 1, 2. These are my electricals. I have infinite electricity on right now, but this thing's going. And so what happens is as we overrun the RPS setting on there, it's going to actually give us a little bit more blade pitch. So for takeoff, we actually use a 0.1 blade pitch. On landing, it will automatically go to like a 1.3 or a 0.13, and it gives us just that little extra bite out of the air. Let's see, I'm just reading the chat. So yeah, it'd be nice to get into Lua. I really like to get some of that done, but it's like, you know, I don't want to derail myself too much from stuff. So maybe like do 1 page of the MFD, get that kind of written out. Maybe I'll do it in a live stream sometime. It'd be kind of fun. If anybody knows better stuff than me, they can kind of shout out. So taxi out here. We have beta and reverse are working. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll sit on the runway here for a second and set up. I don't really need to, but you would IRL. You would sit on the runway, or you would get set up first. Let's go 2,000 feet, 220s. I'll say 220 on the heading. I'll pre-select altitude heading, and I think we're good to rock and roll here. So flap set, good parking brake is back off, and let's go here. I've slowed down how fast my thrust goes forward. Airspeed's alive. V1, rotate. Pause brake, gears coming up. Autopilot's coming on. And we'll start bringing the prop back. I need to slow that down as well. Flaps are coming up. And let's go. Our new max speed's a little bit over 200 knots now because I increased the RPS in the turbines. So it's going to be a little bit lower because I'm climbing. So these NGs need to change, and the NPs are good though. Those will give me the right numbers. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll get, why is it foggy game? I don't want, no, it's not foggy, it's just game nonsense. The game's very washed out at times. So let's go ahead, I don't want to, we'll go right into a final for Harrison here, or we'll go into a pattern for Harrison. So let's go waypoint there. And we'll go nav, GPS, heading hold off, and there's our turn. Let's get rid of this 3D waypoint here. We'll do it like we would in real life. So I'll get rid of the 3D waypoints so we don't see them. You know, so this even, like a plane like this wouldn't be too bad. So we'll actually bring it up here. I'll cut it in a little bit. So you do a big pattern in these types of planes. You know, you want a long final. So let's start bringing, so I'm gently just tapping back the prop. I need to change the prop speeds a little bit, how fast I change prop. Am I at full throttle? I'm not, so I wasn't at full power, so we're at full power now. Let's start bringing the prop back a little bit, trying to get up around max speed. We're around there. I'm not gonna, I don't need it perfect. Alright, so we're going to come across, and we're coming across, this is our base leg, and then we're going to go on our final for Harrison. So my next waypoint is at the end of the runway right here. You know, so this is about how big a pattern would be IRL, even further than this. For example, let's turn on 3Ds again. That is 16 kilometers, so you're talking about, that's 8 miles, so that's, for like a turboprop, that is probably okay. For jet, you'd be doing a 10-mile final, so it'd be even more would be out here. That's how long a final is, IRL. Sometimes you'll cut in, but generally it's like that. You know, you need the time to stabilize, to descend properly, and all that, so it's, you know, that's why one of the reasons I say the distances are so short in game. It's like I need to be halfway to this continent just to do a proper final, you know? As you figure in like, for example, the Cap Air jet set up to be realistic, it is, there we go, so see, we're there, so let's go, I don't want to blow through the course. You know, you, in the Cap Air jet, you're approaching 120 knots. So that's your slowest speed. You're going 120 knots to approach. And so you kind of need to keep that in mind, that you're, you know, you're eating up, considerable, you know, you're going 2 miles per minute. You know, so you're gonna be on that final for all of 10 minutes, and you wouldn't slow down until you get probably within a couple more miles. So you're probably even going, say, you'd be going about 200 knots. So our gear drop speed was 250. You have to maintain less than 250 under 10,000, and so the gear drop, you know, you're gonna be coming in around 250 knots. So let's say 240 knots, so right, that is 4 miles per minute. You're eating up 4 miles per minute. Then you're gonna slow down around 200 knots in a jet, you know, and so there, you know, right there, you're eating up 3 and change miles a minute. Then you're starting to slow down to your final approach speed, and now you're still eating up 2 miles per minute. So you eat that 10 miles pretty fast, and so that's why you want it long. See how we're nice and lined up? That's another reason you want it nice and long like this. So we're going to start to bring our prop forward and bring our thrust back at the same time, because I don't want to gain speed. I just want to get the prop full forward. So the prop is full forward here, and so like for example in a jet, most likely we'd probably start getting our gear down here. In a jet, you use your gear to help slow down. It's a lot of drag, and you're actually very slippery. It's hard to slow down. Something like this, it has a very square wing. It has the propellers. The propellers act like big brakes. That's why I don't need spoilers really in a turboprop, is when you start bringing the props forward, and you bring your power back, they're like 4 big air brakes on you, so you don't really need them. So, but in a jet, you need those gear to help you slow down, or else you're going to be overspeeding the whole time. So you use the gear as a way to slow down. All right, flaps are coming into 1. We'll go flaps 2. They're progressive. They automatically come in slowly, so I can tap them all the way in. And the PID actually controls the flap extension, so now I want to maintain, so I can go down to about 65. Let's come in around 70 knots. And so as I add flap, I need to retrim, and I need to, so let's go full flaps, and I need to add power. This is all anticipation stuff. Like that is a stall right there. So we're coming up on power. So I'm going to tap my prop back a little bit. I need a little bit of prop here. Let's bring the prop back here. I'm stalling. There we go. Need to get a little bit of extra prop. So I need to fix that where it gives me a little bit of extra prop. So I screwed that up. I need to go back to 15 RPS because that allows me to overshoot a little bit. So I can't allow myself to get this slow, so I need to bring the prop back a little bit more. So I need to fix that. So landing gear's down, 3 green, flaps are set. This one has a mountain in front of the runway, so I kind of have to stay a little bit high, which is wonky. Devs, why do you do these things to us? I have to stay a little bit high so I don't crack it onto the mountain there. And then you fly it all the way to down to the ground. So you fly it all the way, and you don't do a big flare in a large airplane. You just fly it to the ground. All right, we're touchdown, going into beta and reverse. So it should hit beta and then reverse. I haven't touched the brakes at all, so it's probably going to be too slow now. My throttle setting's too slow to get me into reverse. Fast enough. Yeah, my throttle setting's a little bit slow now, so there's beta. And so beta is just flat blades, so that's the problem in game, is like in real life you can manually pull them back really quickly, or you can push them up slowly. We can't really do that in game. There's some tricks to do it, but and then once you get off the runway, you're gonna want to kill some of your engines. So for example, I killed the my number 4, my right, because I'm trying to turn right. So that's going to shut that engine down, and just at idle, it's going to help me turn that direction. Then we're going to shut this side down. And we taxi in on 2 because you figure how much fuel you're burning. You're doing hundreds of dollars, in short periods of time. You'd want to shut your engines down to save some fuel. We don't need them. So it feels like, did I trim my throttle? I don't think so. Okay, I might have trimmed my throttle there on final. That's one thing I hate, is I wish I could manually cut out the trims in game. So that was a pretty normal standardized landing in this, but you notice how before I was having to do a lot more nose down. Those anti-flaps make it so it flies much more natural. You have a little bit of a pitch up attitude when you're coming in, and that settles you perfectly on the gear. You fly it right down to the runway. You don't, it's not like a Cessna where you do a big flare. You fly it right down to the runway. A Cessna, you can chop the power and quote-unquote glide. That's why a lot of people are always like, oh, gliding sucks in Stormworks. It's like, when we were at 54 knots, we were in a full stall, and I was holding it in the stall and just brought the props back a little bit to recover it. And, we were quote, gliding, fine. Big airplanes, you do not chop the throttle. You do it in jets a little bit, but that's like if you're going 300 knots and you're trying to slow down at 250 as you're coming up on 10, you'll pull them all the way back. But even on landing, you have your power up the whole time. And because you have your gear out, you have your flaps out. You actually have a lot of power out because you are you're trying to fight all that drag the whole time. So you're actually up pretty high in power. And so I read some chatteroni here. Pretty much. I've actually been kind of getting the bug a little bit to build another military plane. I have a bunch of I'll show you some of my military stuff. But I've been kind of getting bit by the bug again. It's not my favorite thing to do, so because of that, I don't build them all that often. I used to do a series called Warzone where and then I did Military Design Bureau. Military Design Bureau was me building the things I use in Warzone. But it was, it's a lot of planning, and then I don't get to use them really in other things. So let's save this really quick, and I'll show you. So, like, one project I'd like to finish. So I've been kind of getting bitten by the bug. I might get back into it, but where is it? Fencer. So this is my fencer. This was kind of what I was using in the last episodes of Warzone. You know, I'd like to get the fencer kind of finished up and fixed up. Why is no clip? No clip on? Okay, I just didn't hit the button hard enough, I guess. So here's the fencer. I would like to get this worked on and, you know, finished, quote unquote finished, whatever that means. But I'd like to get the fencer going again. You know, I love the fencer. You know, so it would be kind of cool to get back into it. You know, but I tend to gravitate more towards, there's more to do, I find, in non-military stuff. Like, I love military stuff, but it's just like, I find there's more to do. What the hell is this panel doing there? Something I stuck on there. You know, but this is the fencer. This was one of my main planes I used to use for Warzone. This one is a little bit more complex, so it, like this one's set up to have a weapons officer, you know, and I can still control everything by myself, but set up to have a weapons officer. I originally started this build with Thales mod pack. Oh, you suck so bad. Get in the cockpit, you scumbag. Get in there. You know, this was initially set up with Thales, and I kind of had to rebuild it to make it. I wanted no mods in it, so this has no mods in it. It's not flying the way I want to. We'll go for a quick flight here. So extend the boom. Fencer had a cool refueling boom right in front of the center pedestal. So let's see what else we have. Mash power. So let's see flaps. I'm trying to remember how to run this sucker. Brake release, close canopy. These are all my weapons here. Master guns, master arm. So this is fun. I'd like to get back into this, but you know, so like weapons officer. One thing I'm going to do is a TV guided missile. That would be kind of cool. So I'd like to get this done. So I might get bitten by the bug again, but I try to do it when I'm actually really feeling it. I really have not been feeling. I'll turn down the sound a little bit. I don't have a headset on the seat. I haven't been bitten by the bug, really, for doing a bunch of this military stuff, so it'd be kind of nice to build some new stuff, but it's, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily attract me as much as some of the other stuff. You know, it's like building a cargo plane like that, I get to use my toys and put things in there, so. Like, this sucker is fast. It's not flying the way I'd like it to, so I need to fix that. Has auto sweep wings. I need to work on the way it flies. It flies fine, but it just needs to fly a little bit better. It's fast. Get it the max speed here. So max speed, we're going 1,100 knots. No, that's feet. 452 knots. So I was really trying at one point to get it up over Mach 1, but you know, I wanted to get it to the realistic speed. Like, the fencer's whole job is the fencer is like a greater than Mach 1, low altitude ship harasser, essentially. So it just goes out and harasses ships all day. I can't see what the waypoint. I was trying to go under the bridge, and I can't see what that waypoint's in front of me. So this was fun to use in the thing, but it's also, it's like, I just absolutely destroy the enemy all day long in this. So it's like, it's not all that much fun, because it's like I just kill everything in sight. Like, at this speed, they can't hit me, you know, so it's like, but it'd be kind of fun to get into, you know, I might get bitten by the bug again, do a military design bureau, but I really kind of have to get bitten by the bug, because it's like, something like this will take 100 hours to get a good military plane finished out. And I was trying to get it like a modular military setup where I had all my panels set up so that I could more quickly build something. So I do it from time to time, but it's not something that's really been, it's been kind of on my mind lately, but it's not the most important thing to me right now. So this just has a couple turbines in there. They're multi-stage, and it's mostly, if you see the ducted fans, I have like 6 ducted fans in there to get the speed. So they're beefy ass turbines running ducted fans, pretty much. You know, so that's how I get this type of speed. But Yeah, it's hyper maneuverable. It has the auto sweeps on them, so like start slowing down, we'll get an auto sweep going. See, we're starting to sweep out. One of them's broken apparently. Okay, that's new. I've never had that problem before. So this hasn't been touched in a while. As you can see, I'm having some issues. Those should be, the left one's not sweeping, so something's up with this. But there we go. It'll be nice to get back into building some military stuff. Maybe do some military design bureau episodes, but I just haven't been into it lately, so when I get back in it, see how it auto flaps. So it auto configures the wings for whatever speed we're doing, which is kind of fun. But it'd be kind of fun to get back into something like that. But you know, there were some issues I was having with how's it going there, Citrus? He's saying hi to Rasmus. How's it going, Rasmus? Stalemate, how are you? You know, so it'd be kind of fun to get back into it. I was finding the stuff kind of limiting, just because, like, for example, I was trying to go against some bases, and I wasn't able to capture them, so that was kind of annoying. So, like, if you look here, this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ducted fans it's running in a row to get that speed. And then for turbines, it has a turbine here, a turbine on top. Okay, this is the main turbine right here, and then it has turbine there. 1, 2. It has 2 power takeoffs, it looks like. So I was playing with this, trying to get more powerful. A lot of this has to be faked because, for example, once you go over Mach 1, you want full moving control surface. So this is a full moving control surface. And so the actual thing that's doing the actual elevators is in here. You have to put a ton of mass in there to try to get it to work right. So just a bunch of work on stuff like this to hide panels, all sorts of trickery in there. But I'll go through some of my war stuff. This is my frog. This is my 1-to-1 frog foot. 25. I like my 1-to-1 frog foot. If I were to go back, I would try to get the slope right because I'm kind of working with the blocks I have. This flies really well. My main military helicopter is the Manticore. This was for Jersey's last challenge. I ended up not submitting it. I think I probably had a good chance of winning if I submitted to that challenge, but I was kind of just running out of time. So the Manticore is kind of cool. Manticore is stop rotor. So once you get up over a certain speed, the rotors stop and it uses its wings. And so this is fun. It flies well. That's pretty much. I don't have too much military stuff. You know, I tend to gravitate more towards the civilian stuff just because I think it's a little bit more what I want to be doing. Let's go up to 15s on. I'm trying to fix this. Let me see. 13.5. I need to figure out how I'm doing this this prop setting. I might just change the prop setting. So like if we go in here, one thing I did that's kind of helpful is if we look here, we have, did I set, okay, right here, minimum prop pitch. So I can set that to 1.3s because I need that for landing. Let's go 5s. Let's just do 5s and then I can fix it later. Alright, and then I want to go in here. I need to fix something. So for example, I changed the speed on my throttles. They're not. The problem is I want this to be multi-phase here. So the problem is I wish we could put in an increment in here with an exterior node so that I could change the increment actively, because that's kind of annoying. It used to be 2.5. Let's just go to 2s on this. And then the prop is too fast. I want the prop to be slower. So that is, and this was at 2. Let's do 1.5 on the prop. And let's do 2 on this. I was changing increments here, so what is that? Huh. Okay. This one's still, this is still slow. Wow. That's all screwed up, man. Oh, no, that's right. Okay. And then this one should be 1.5. This is screwed up here. 15. All right, I need to fix that. So this here is how I control my props. And so you're essentially setting your RPS value again. but it is, you know, the numbers have to be faked a little bit. Not necessarily faked, but the way the system runs, I just go in there and I find out what number. So when I take off, I want my minimum value. When I land, I want when I have it at props all the way back, I want a 1. And so I just dial them in to be that. So that should be 15 there. That's the problem, is having a tune each engine is a little bit of a pain. 15, and then... So what this does is, by having this number higher here, it allows me to... So I was having that landing problem where as I was coming into land, it was... my prop pitch was too low. So maybe... I'm trying to decide how I want to do this, man. 5, 15... 0.2. Throttle should be 1.5. Let's do 2. Whatever. I'll figure this out. So all this is just tuning, trying to get it right where I want it, and I want them all the same. That's a problem. So let's see. Let's try 0.0 again. I need to get this fixed. RPS idle, max prop pitch is good. Okay, that's fine. RPS max. The problem is I need to get all these synced up. So we'll stay with 13.5 for now. 13.5, and we'll keep that prop number 15. We'll try that. And what am I changing these throttles to? 2? 2. It's like you can see they're all screwed up here, and I have to get them all the same. So I have to try to get all these the same, which is kind of a pain in the ass. So this should be 1.5, so that's the increment, and then this should be, this number should match this number. So, like, I wish these up-down counters, I wish they'd give us more nodes so that we could externally do them and I could do a property drop-down. That's one of the reasons why they're all screwed up, is in there. Okay, let's hope these are all the same now. 1.5, okay, yeah. So, like, the problem I was running into is when I was in, we can test that out really quick here. When I'm coming into land, I do not have enough power. It's not that. I don't have enough thrust because the props are at such a low prop setting that what this will allow me to do is, by setting the prop to 15 RPS, the engines are never going to get to 15 RPS. So what it will do is it will start to give me more, try to give me more blade pitch, which will give me a little bit more power. So it's kind of a pain to test it, but let's try to go test it really quick here. So what I'm going to do is just take off, and I will quickly put full flaps. See, like, we're all screwed up now. God damn it. Let me just check everything really quick. Everything's screwed up now, so I have to double check everything. Let's go 15s on these. 15s. 0.02s. Let's make sure they're all the same. So I'm going to write them down in a notepad. I'm starting to get confused what I want. So I want 15 max RPS. I could tune these in later at 0.02. All right, that's good. That's going to be the standard. And then this one for prop is going to be 0.015 because I want a slower prop. 15 max on that. That's good. Okay. So that's the standard I want for all my engines. I just need to make sure they're all linked up. Because, you know, I start getting asymmetrical thrust. So 15 and 15, that's fine. This should be 0.02. And 15, that's done. Okay. So that is 0.02, and this was the one that was screwed up last time. Okay. 15, 15.15, that's fine. That's probably why I was having speed problems before. 15, 15, that's it. Okay, and then this one, let's see. 0.02, 15, that's good. Okay. So as that one engine was off, that's why we were turning to the side. As I was taxiing out, was one of the engines was able to go lower than the others, and it was turning me. Let me read some chat while I'm starting up here. Yeah, I'll go through that at some point. I'll do a adding more turbines. I need to do a bunch of testing. So the best way to do testing is you have to have load on the engine. So what you can do is, for example, you can put a couple ducted fans, but they have to be one facing the other, or else it will blow your test bed out of there. And so what you'll do is you'll set it up where. Are we turning again? No, we're not. Yeah, we are. Why are these engines fucked up? See, it's turning me, so they're screwed up again. Why are you screwed up? I just went through and checked every one of them. So you have to set up right here. Well, God damn it! I thought I changed that. Why are these screwed up again, man? I just went through and changed these. Did I not update the microcontrollers as I went through? I wanted these to be ones as well. That's probably what's actually causing it, is the point ones are screwed up. I don't know how I missed those again on the second go through, but I did. Alright, so try to fix this again. I'll get my engine started, then I'll read chat as I taxi out. Hopefully we don't yaw way to the right. Yeah, I need to do some testing. So I need to set up a test bench. Essentially, you would be running ducted fans because you need to put the engines under load. And whatever RPS you can get up to, that's going to give you a testament to power. So, for example, in these turbines I have on this, they only have 2 turbines per engine, because once you go over that, you're essentially not making any extra power, so you're making the engine. Oh my god! If we turn uncommanded, I'm going to be annoyed. Okay, we're good now. And you're essentially just wasting it. You're putting in extra parts that are expensive that don't do it. So, for example, I can go 2 turbines on these engines with 1 compressor, and it works fine. These don't work like real life. You'd increase your number of blades essentially to get more compression, and you'd increase the speed of your fuel pumps. All right, so this feels good. There we go. Okay, that's feeling good. Let's go ahead and let's leave the gear down. It doesn't matter. The gear actually don't do any real drag. I might do artificial drag in here at some point. It would be kind of cool. All right, so we're going to keep the prop full forward. And what I want to do is I want to start dragging the sucker up. So let's drag her up. All right, see my speed drop off as the flap comes in. Now I need to increase my... So right now, like I have full throttle, and I'm only going 60. So I'm right on the edge of a stall. And so what, I should have done a gauge. I didn't do the gauge, which screwed me up. So what are we at here? 868. So let's do a real quick calculation. So at this setup, we're at 868. So 868 is our max RPS. 868 divided by 60 is, so I can go to 14.46, which is fine, 14.46. So the issue we have now is a little bit too, we don't have a prop. So, because like I'm at full power here, and you don't want to set, you want it, when you pull your props all the way back, you want it to be just set correctly. So right now what I need to do is I need to bring my prop back a little bit. And so I need to find the, I really wish I had, so like I want it somewhere like around there. So I should have put a dial on there. Oh, my chicken is done. Good lord. That hour went by quick. I've got my sous vide going, so it saved me some. Alright, so what I want to do here is let's do a dial. Let's fix this. So I need to set my props so that a couple ways I can do this. I'm trying to think of what I want to do to fix this here. So what I need to do is read the prop setting out. Alright, and I need to see what prop setting I want it. So there's a couple ways I can do this. When flaps are down, it will give me a higher prop setting. I don't want to go that complicated, I don't think. So I have to kind of figure out what I want to do here. So currently we're at 0.1. Let's try 0.3s across the board. So right here, 0.1, let's make that 0.13. I don't need the point, you scum. Copy that. That'll give me a little bit more bite, because I have enough engine power, I'm not taking a big enough bite. It works, it's fine on takeoff, but it's not working when I'm landing. So, of course, I need this to not crash when I land. And I shouldn't have to pull the props back when I'm landing. Your prop should come, or put the prop back in. You know, in real life, you'd push your prop levers all the way forward, and that would be minimum blade pitch. As you bring them back, that would be maximum blade pitch. Yeah, one of the things that was scaring me there is I hit my nose wheel on this this little thing here, and it was turning my craft. So, you know, for a while there, I was doing asymmetrical because I was screwing up my settings, and then I started hitting that gap, and it was pulling me to the right. I'm like, did I screw up my engine again? I didn't. It was just the it was just that gap. So see, now my props are set to 0.13. So I want to test this and see if 0.13 is a high enough number that that will protect me from having issues. There's another way I can do this, which is a little bit more complex, but it works. And I might end up doing that. Alright, so that feels alright on takeoff. It doesn't feel super fast. I don't want it to be like, in-game it's silly, like it just, you take off in like 10 feet. I don't want that. That feels fine to me. That feels alright. Let's dial in a ton of flaps. So as you can see, the flaps are progressive, so the PID controls the flaps. They come in nice and slow. Let's check our speed. Okay, so let's see, we're at 0.13. All right, so now you see, so max thrust right now. So the maximum I can go is about this 96 knots, which is perfect because my approach speed, I want to be able to pull the thrust back and come in and approach, say, around 65, 70. All right, so here we are, 70. So it actually is pretty realistic in game. As you're going slow, it's wallowy. So it, like, my control surfaces have less effect, and you get that in real life. So, for example, you know, you might gently just barely move the ailerons to roll, but you see how I'm kind of like rocking back and forth? That's because as I slow down, my ailerons become less effective. And that's how it is in real life. You'll notice, like, airliners, you put in a ton of aileron at slow speeds because you have less airflow over them, so they're not as effective. So this is good. So now I have good control, and the whole reason is I need to be able to, like, I can pull the power back and stall it, but then when I push the power up quickly, you notice I get my power back and I don't stall. Before, I was at max thrust and only going, like, you know, 60 knots, which is dangerous. Now I can go up to 90. So it gives me a little buffer, so when I'm landing, if I have an emergency, say I'm starting to sink too fast, I can quickly throw the thrust in and fix it. So, like, you would not want to be banking this hard at this slow speed. This is called slow flight. So you want to test the characteristics of the plane when you're going slow. We do this a lot with students when I was flight instructing, was you get them out in slow flight, and it's so that they can feel what the airplane does when you're moving, when you're at a slow speed. And that, like, I can feel a stall. I can feel it in game, man. I can tell when I'm going to stall in game. And so you can stay right on the edge of a stall, and as you stall, you just tip your nose down a little, give it a little power, and you can hold it right on a stall in a turn or right above a stall, like, say, 1 mile an hour above the stall or 1 knot. And that will give you a really good slow flight, and so you kind of feel your airplane out. So, like, I'm feeling it now, like, it feels wallowy to me, like I'm giving it a lot of aileron and notice very little turn, and that is because of the low airspeed. And the game actually simulates that really well. You know, so this, to me, feels like a heavy airplane with full flaps, landing gear down, and that's one of the reasons why I nitpick this stuff so much, is I really want it to feel correct. So this feels correct to me. And so one of the reasons if you notice, I changed the number from a 0.1 to a 0.2 was that's how fast my throttles will move, or my thrust levers, or in the case of a turboprop, power levers. Everything's named different in every different airplane. You know, I want to be able to, when I land here, I want to be able to pretty quickly get into beta and reverse. And so that's the whole thing. Like I said, in real life, you'd be able to quickly pull them back. You can change how fast your arm moves. So for example, you know, you want to make a tiny little increment change, you barely move your hand and just gently push up the thrust. But then when you're ready to like yank the thrust back, you can just move your arm faster. We can't do that in game really well. So like, this is a beautiful approach. This is what an approach should look like. I'm looking at these two squares, and I'm not low, I'm not high, I am right on the money. Right there is getting a hair low. So right here, we're back on. So like, if you ever watch, they have some YouTubes of pilots coming in and landing in windy conditions. It's constant correction. Your arms are constantly moving. And so I'm coming in a little bit low on purpose now because I want to make sure I can stop with thrust reversers. Gonna fly it all the way to the ground. Power back. Power is coming back, 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 back. It's a little bit slow to get into reverse. So as you can see, we're doing all right, but I would have liked, there we go, beta, reverse. So working, let's go back into beta. So that works better. I can actually control it now, and I'm happy with this, so that's good. Those numbers are working for me. So let's go. So let's save it, and then I want to screw with it a little bit more. So the other way I can do it is, I'm trying to think how to do it is, let me look at my numbers really quick here. So the way I do my props, let's see, which is doing that? 2 is, okay. Yeah, I can't do it that way. So I could set this number a little bit different and get it to auto prop, but I'm kind of happy with the way it is now, and I don't want to screw with it too much. So let me read some chat. Let me see. I like Jersey's videos. He did some good stuff, you know. He had some of his, like, especially, like, you know, his car and his transmission stuff was bugging me a little, just because, you know, that's not his, you know, one of the things with me is, like, I have a little bit of a technical background with my degree, but then I have more of an operations background, actually operating the equipment, you know, and my main thing that I've always done is operate equipment. So I'd say my equipment operation is a little bit higher than most people's, and so I could kind of see some deficits there, but that made sense. You know, he's like 454, for example, is an engineer, so their engineering prowess is better than mine, but their operations is not probably as on point, because it's for obvious reasons. You know, I would say I'm probably one of the better people for airplanes, because that's my area of expertise. You know, other areas, you know, I struggle in, like a lot of my ship stuff isn't correct, you know, so I liked New Jersey stuff. I think he had it was good, and it was approachable, you know, like somebody was talking, his videos are a little bit more approachable than mine. For example, I go in depth a little bit more, and one of the reasons I go in depth a little bit more is I would watch his videos and say, okay, he doesn't go in his depth, so instead of making a copy of like what he's doing, I will go more in depth. So if you want to know more in depth of the tweaking, for example, like I go in and all day, like I tweak these values. This is very important to me to tweak these values. And so for somebody who wants like a 5-minute tutorial that just says plug this, I'm not your guy. Like, I'm the guy to go in and spend an hour and make sure you understand what each thing does. And if you don't understand what each thing does, I want to go back and teach you what each thing does. Like, I'm not interested in doing the 5-minute, like, just hook these 5 things up and you have an engine that runs. I want to make sure you know why the engine runs, what each value does, because I've talked about this before. I found that a lot of people watch those 5-minute tutorials and they don't understand the mechanics of why it works, and then they spend the next 2 hours in game stressing out trying to figure this out on their own, and they can't, and then they go frustrated to the forums and they're pissed off at this point. And so they spent like 4 hours trying to figure this out, where if they had an hour video, they might spend 2 hours. So it might have actually saved them more time. So that's kind of my whole thing. How to move around the microcontroller. Okay, so for example, here's a microcontroller. You click on it with the select key, and then you want to edit the microcontroller, and you get in there. And so at the bottom here, you have your tray. You put your most used stuff here. And so what you do is you go to logic gates, and you can search for logic gates. So say I want a composite switch box here. So composite switch box. I could drag this and put it on my bar if I wanted. I leave these things on my bar as they are. So I have read on off composite read on off, composite read number, write number, write on off. Then I have an up down counter. I do a simple function, which I'm starting to get more into. I might swap this out with a multifunction at this point, because I use multifunction more. So let's actually do that. So if you do function, so if you look at function, we have one that has one node. That's what's on my block right here. Then you have one that has 3 nodes, which is now going on my block. And then you have one that has many nodes. And so you can take a function block and you can do all sorts of calculations. So something simple like you need to invert a number, negative x. Now the number's inverted. You want ABS of x, so it always gives you a positive number of x. You know, you can do this one because we have 3. You could do x plus y. That's going to add the 2 numbers together. X divided by y. That, you know, divides the numbers. At some point, I'll do a tutorial, and I would like to go through a tutorial. There are still some blocks I'm really not all that great on. For example, I have no clue what an XOR does. You know, I have no clue. Like some of these timer blocks, there are so many timers. This is the only one I use. I'm not 100% sure of these other ones. I would love to go through and go through and each block and kind of show people and do, like, they'd be quick. Like I do, you know, today's block is composite read on off. This is what it does. Bye, see ya. You know, so I'd like to do a series on that. That would be kind of cool. But you pretty much go through here and you start with this screen. So you come in here, your design screen. You can name it. Description, I always leave blank. You can make the block wider or shorter, and you need all these nodes, and this will show you how big the actual microcontroller is going to be. 3 by 4 in this case. Then you go to logic, you can add your nodes. So it'd be a composite, it's either an input or an output. The numbers, input, outputs, all those. So I'll go over this in a tutorial. Symbol I never do. I never fill this crap out. You can kind of draw a picture. Not interested. That doesn't interest me in the least. Now that's screwed up like that. And then you go in and you take your inputs and you plug them in. So I'll do an in-depth microcontroller tutorial. This is something I've been getting into more now is properties. So like I can edit a lot of these without having to go in, which saves me some time. So yeah, so I'll do a in-depth microcontroller tutorial. I'm always looking for tutorials, Connor. So I'll send you a link. I have a, what the hell is it? Video requests. I'll send you a quick video request link. So if you go on video requests and put them in there, every once in a while, if I can't think of like what I want to make for a video or what people actually need for tutorials, I don't want to make a tutorial that nobody needs. You know, I'd rather make one that people need. So, you know, if I see some in there that people actually need, I can do that. I'm just checking. So it's all practice and going through more and more. You know, so much of this stuff is like I remember watching, when I first started the game, I watched a New Jersey tutorial, and it was like a simple little microcontroller. I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to get this. And you kind of have to get over that. You have to realize, you know what, I am smart enough to do this. It will take time. It's like anything else. I'll learn it. And you need to start doing, you know, like, you'll see new players, they'll be like, oh, I want to build the Titanic like I saw in this latest My Favorite video, you know. And it's like, dude, you need to make a tiny little piddly boat to start with. And then once you've got that little piddly boat and it just works, you then need to build, you know, a compass on there. And then you need to go, and so that's like, if you watch my new player career build series, I'm like, no, we're not going to build a Titanic. We're going to go build a boat that just floats. Okay, we've got a boat that floats. Okay, now let's just go make this boat go forward and backwards. Okay, good. Now let's do a stability system so the boat is stable. Okay, now that the boat's stable, let's start doing some basic navigation stuff. Okay, basic navigation is done. Now let's do some more complicated navigation. And so it's like, I do it how I would flight instruct. It's like, no, we're not going to go out there and do complex maneuvers and loops and rolls and nonsense today. We're going to go learn how to taxi the airplane around on the ground, you know. And we're going to go up and we're just going to get you in the air and get you down on the ground safely, you know. And that's how you should do it is, you know, people want to get to the end stage. You need to start. You need to realize it's going to take you some time and take the time that it's going to take, you know. So I'd say start slow, try one piece of logic. Like, you know, if you look at my Stormworks basics, like I start with just opening and closing a door, like something super simple like that. And then once you feel confident, that will teach you how to connect the nodes. Then the next video was like, how do you slowly open a door? And that, you know, so now these are all skills you're learning of, okay, up down counter to move the door now. Not logic I go through, and so it's like little stepping stones, and as you start to get that, it starts to click. And so it's like the stuff in here seems ultra complicated, but it's step by step. It's pretty simple. It's like this looks like gobbledygook here, but if you go through and for example, this is my up down, so this will be my throttle. When my up arrow is pressed, it's going to go up. When my down arrow is going to go down. Then I can also control it from the panel. It goes in an up-down counter, so that is my lowest RPS. That is, this goes negative, and the reason this one goes negative is because I have reverse on here. And then that's my maximum, 15 RPS. That's how fast or slow it's gonna count. You know, then I clamp it here. So this is my new thing I've been doing is I clamp them all, and then this allows me to set my idles outside. But the problem is the up-down counter. I also have to set that right. It goes in here. This controls the RPS of the throttle. So once you like understand these tiny little things, you can build a system, and then you can build the system to be more complicated, you know. So it's all step by step. Take it slow, go through, learn each part. But yeah, I should do a tutorial on each part. That'd be kind of cool. Let me see. I'm just going through. Yeah, you know, there's definitely some people who don't like to go into the technical stuff, and that's fine. You know, I see the difference in there. The only, I wouldn't say it's even much of a criticism, but for example, you get certain people like, say, Komodo, who do a lot of like that sinking ship survival. I have no interest in that stuff. I have no interest in Krakens and sinking Titanics and stuff. That's just not what I enjoy. And so I'm not going to go do a tutorial to teach people how to spawn the Titanic and to launch the Kraken, and to set up their world to do one of those videos that Komodo does. I wish Komodo would just spend like an hour and be like, listen, I'm going to do a tutorial to show you how I do what I do, because I'm not going to do it, because that doesn't interest me. And so it'd be nice if somebody like, say, Komodo would say, okay, this is the type of content I put out. People are interested in this. They're constantly going to Reddit, and they're going to Steam forums asking how to launch the Titanic, because you see that all the time. They're like, how do I launch the Titanic? I saw Komodo do it. And it would be nice if Komodo would just say, hey, here's a quick tutorial on how I do what I do. And that would be kind of a good service to their audience. You know, I do very technical stuff. So because I do technical stuff, I kind of keep my tutorials on the technical end. So that if you see me operate this turboprop, you can then kind of watch some of my other videos and learn how I did it. And so I think that would be the good thing is, you know, if you are somebody who does a certain type of content, back it up with a little bit of tutorial on your type of stuff. You know, that would be kind of cool. Like somebody who does a lot of Lua stuff, I would love it if they would do an in-depth Lua tutorial so I could learn how to do really good in-depth Lua. That's what I think is missing right now, is we need a Lua guru. And I would love to learn enough Lua to do it myself. And so that, you know, maybe I'll kind of force myself to get in a little bit more Lua, because it's the same thing with like logic. Is like, for example, like I said, I am a vehicle operator. That's what I've always done. And so for me, I was really motivated to learn the logic to be able to make cool vehicles I wanted to fly and drive. It actually took me forever to make an airplane, just because I was kind of in a poo-poo airplane mood at the time when I started. I did a lot of ships. But, you know, so if somebody's really good at Lua, I would love to see somebody great at Lua do a tutorial series, and so I could learn from them. You know, that would be awesome. Let me see. I'm just checking back. Vehicles less blocky looking. Practice. That it's not a fun answer. It really isn't. It's not the answer you probably want, but practice. I wish I had saved some pictures. Let me see if I can find the video really quick. I'll show you. It's all, a lot of it's methodology. Let me see if I can find my live streams here. I'll show you one of my live streams. I'm waiting for the day that it tries to shut my stream down because I stream one of my own videos. It's going to do it one day, and I'm going to be like, what are you doing, YouTube? Let me see. I'm trying to find it. Where's the hell's the 1950s truck? Where the hell is the 1950s truck? I'm looking for the live stream for the 1950s truck. Like, everybody has their own methods, and I think it's kind of cool to see how other people build. Where the hell is that, man? Did I not do the... I thought I did it. Oh, here it is. Light truck live build. Okay, there it is. So here, I'll play it really quick. I think the hood came along nicely. So stand by. I'm trying to just get all my screens over. How's the music volume? It's about minimum. I think it's probably good, but just let me know if it's too loud, guys. All right, so here's the 1950s truck. So for example, like if you watch the beginning of this video, like this is literally what my truck's looking like. I start with a very, I call it a sculpt-in method. I start with a very blocky, like it's a box. Like that's what the truck looks like to start with. And this is what, like, you know, a new player would look like starting. And so they often get discouraged at this point. And this is what I found. This is like, speaking from my experience, I used to get discouraged when my build looked like this. It looks like crap, man. It's a square. It looks like a block. And it's just a big box. It doesn't have any good shapes. Like, this is literally what that pickup truck was looking like. You know, it looks like a day one build. And that's how I start with it. And you have to have a little bit of confidence that, okay, you know what? Even if it looks like this at the end, it's not the worst. It's practice. You need to look at it as practice. You don't, you know, getting discouraged is the biggest way to, like, screw it up. Now you notice I'm starting to add some facets. So, like, I cut out this and put in a wheel well. And so little details like that, like cutting out a wheel well, is starting to give it some shape, giving it a little bit of interest. And then, like, you start going in there, and now it's looking a little bit more sculpted, but it's still looking like a brick, you know? And so you see, it's still a brick, but now it's getting some color. Now it's starting to look a lot better just with a little bit of color. So you need to understand that when it's white, it looks basic, it looks like crap. And as you add a little color, you can add some depth with color. You know, and so things like that. Now I'm starting to change some more shapes on it. It's starting to look a little bit more like, you know, a reasonable looking vehicle. And as you step through and you go through, you know, put a little bit of wood decking in there and giving it a little bit of that detail. Now I'm starting to work on the hood, getting a little bit of shape in the hood. It's not a brick anymore. It's starting to look shaped. And then now, like, even more there, I can't find exactly the picture I wanted, but like, see, it's starting to take some shape, starting to put some shaping in there, getting some shadow, some detailing in there, putting some paint blocks in there. You need to just kind of take it step by step, and you need to look at the part and be like, okay, I really don't like the look of this part of it, and focus on that part of the build, and just work on it a little bit. Like, see, it's starting to look less of a brick. So, like, that is, let's find finished product here. See if I have a good picture of the finish. So like this is what the hood ended up looking like, and then I'm trying to find if I can, and like this, I just had the frame, and this is what it looked like to start with. You know, so you need to have that confidence that, you know what, it looks like crap, it looks like a brick to start with, but I can improve it later. Personally, the way I work is I get the functionality going first. I want it to work, because if it's not going to work at all, then I need to start over and do something different. Or I need to make a big change. And if you get it looking really, really nice and you forget to put in your cooling system, and now you have to rip it apart to put your cooling system in, it sucks, because you just made it look good. So I make it look like a brick, make sure it works. Once it works, I'm like, okay, we have a build that is going to be able to work. Now let's dress it up and look right. So it's just practice, man. That's the only thing, and it's not a fun answer to say you just need to practice, but that's the truth of it is. Like, I showed one day here. Let's say this really quick again. It's like I went through one day and I showed everybody my beginning builds. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to scroll through them again. Let's see. What the hell is it called? No. Like, here was, what did I name it? I'm trying to find, like, one of the earliest builds. So, like, this was one of my first builds, you know? And so you kind of have to realize this is where you're going to start. Square, gross. You're not going to get coloring right. You know, you're not going to understand the shaping of it. You know, your mechanics are going to be absolutely abysmal. Like, you know, these are the old gearboxes. Like, I made it diesel electric because I was like, I'm never going to be able to figure out how to make a direct drive. You know, using one of these crap old engines because we didn't have the modules at that point, you know, and then putting that stability weight on there where I could have done it with ballast tanks, and like I have no weight blocks in the bottom. Should have had some weight blocks in the bottom there. Putting in ballast tanks. You know, like this is basic and looks like, you know, crap. But you kind of have to expect that's how you're going to start. Like, oh my god, look at these color choices I made. It's like just like panels all over the place, and you're going to start there. And you get better, and, you know, and then you look at some of my most recent ships. I can't launch this, but can't launch some of my new stuff. But like, you know, you look at some of the most recent stuff, and it's just practice. It's starting to see what works. It's looking at other people's things, getting angles, getting a little confidence. It's like when I started Big Man's challenge car, you know, this thing looked terrible, and then start putting some facets in, and you start being like, okay, I really don't like this section. You know, this section is gross. I need to work on this section. Looking at some reference material I find is helpful. You know, look at some pictures of what you're trying to build and be like, okay, that's a little bit more rounded than mine has. Let's see if I can do that in game. You know, so that's kind of, you just need to practice, man. That's what it is. Yeah, New Jersey has a Lua series. It's very basic. It's a good series. I've gone through it all. That's where I learned some of the stuff. It's just not. It's not as comprehensive as I would like. You know, like what I mean. Like, you know, like if you look at Basilicious's gauges, like they're very in depth and complicated. I would love somebody to go into that level of detail and go kind of a higher level on Lua. Jersey's Lua series is great. It's just, you know, I wish it had continued and there was more stuff. So I'm just checking chat. Okay, for the XOR, yep. Yeah, like Lorgs was really great at Lua, and so it's like that. Anonymous Sandwich, great at Lua. I would love for her to make a like. I asked her, like, can you do a Lua series? And you know, she's super busy, so she couldn't do it. But it was like those are the Basilicious. I would love Basilicious to make a series on it. You know, to demystify some of this Lua for me. You know, that would be cool. Like I have. Let me check Code Academy real quick. I still have a Code Academy subscription. Let me see. I don't know if Code Academy has the. But does Code Academy have a? Oh my God! Why can't I log into Code Academy? Anyways, let me see if Code Academy has a. Because I still have a Code Academy account. I'm starting to learn Python. Let's see, Code Academy, do they have a Lua? I don't see Lua on there. You know, and the part of the problem, too, is, like, if I were to go to YouTube and be like, Lua tutorials, they're okay, but they don't pertain directly to the game. And what's going to keep me interested in it is, like, this is what I would love. Like, say, like, you know, Basilicious, somebody sat down and said, okay, here's my attitude indicator. What we're going to do is we're going to start from scratch, and we're going to build this attitude indicator. And go through, and the whole time, like, spend 2 hours walking through. Okay, we do this. This is why we do this. We do this part. We're gonna start by making the circular ring on this. Okay, then we need to put in the information that's gonna read the tilt of the craft, and go through part by part. And so I can follow along and be like, oh, that's cool. And then I'm like, okay, I know all these things now. All right, then Basilisk comes back. Okay, we're going to work on my compass now. So, again, from last time, we learned to make the circular ring. Again, the compass has a circular ring, just like the attitude indicator. This is all bezel information. This is how we put it on the lower layer. This is how we put it in the upper layer. We're going to bring in the information again for the compass information. We're going to convert it from turns to degrees. And then we need to display that this way. This is the math we need to do. This is the layering we need to do on that. So somebody who's really good at it, going through a comprehensive guide, that would be awesome to see. So I'm just checking up the chat. We'll see you later, Connor. Thanks for joining us. Oh, that's nice, Rasmus. Yeah, that would be cool, Rasmus. I'll hit you up on that at some point. What I'll do is, I've been putting this off forever to do my annunciator panel. What I'll probably do is I want to make these side panels first. And so they're reasonably simple at spawn. And so what I've been using is, what is it, Fluffy Ponies. Yeah, I'll bring it up a second. We'll do a little bit here. So like for example, I made this screen. So I have my background color as the gray. Then I overlay my green numbering. And so make these squares with the WYSIWYG, and then I have my down page, which we're at the bottom page, so that's down. This just blinks when we're within half a mile. Click that, go to the next page, radio. We have the gray overlay with the green on top, and then these loop, you know, and then this is a camera page, and that's infrared. I don't have that hooked up. And then this loops one way, and this goes back hard the other way. So you know, and then I built this one. And so what I would like to do with the annunciator panel is, for example, I want to have a page. It's essentially going to be these types of things. For example, this is going to be transponder. So I'll say transponder instead of radio, so I can copy this page. And then transponders usually 4 codes. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you would have a button for altitude and one for squawk. You know, and then, you know, you would have another page would be your radios. So the way that radios work, actual comm radios, is you put in, you have 2 values. So it's a radio, and then you would put in the first value. So you'd have one of these counters, and it would be here. And then you have a second one there. And the way the radios work is you put in, say, frequency 120.7 is often a frequency they use for towers. So 120.7, and then you put another one, you put your next one. Say your departure is going to be 126.8. So 126.8, and then you have a flip, and it would flip. So it would flip the bottom one to the top one, and then it would have an annunciator panel. So I just need to go through it at some point. But yeah, Lorgs used to make a lot of videos. He had some really complicated stuff, really great screens. There are some great people in JSI who have some really cool screens. I really like Citrus's screen. Citrus, you care if I show you pictures there you showed the other day? What did you put them in? Creation Showcase Citrus or General? If you don't want me to show them, I won't show them, but Citrus did some, was working on some panels. Just let me know, Citrus, if you want me to show them or not. So here is, let me change over screens here. So like Citrus did some good work on screen the other day, like, you know, good detailing on here. You know, has the parking brake sign, the high beam. Like, this is nice, fine detailing, like, that I need to learn, like putting tiny little things. And like, so you get a 1x1 monitor that has all that space. You know, like I need to learn how to get smaller text on there, high engine temp, low fuel, right directional, you know, all the stuff, left directional, all the stuff is really compact in there. Fuel, you know, in a bar graph, temperature in a bar graph, gear indicator, eco mode on, like tiny, tiny, tiny little things. Like I need to learn how to get some of those stuff smaller. But, you know, so like stuff like that, that's the kind of stuff I would love somebody to do a really comprehensive tutorial on that made it a little bit more helpful to just go through part by part, you know, so stuff like that I need to do. So like, let me find one of the utilities I use. Like I'll start building out something really quick. What time it is? Okay, good on time. Where are we at here? I think it's Pony IDE. Yeah, so here's Pony IDE. So like I start with Pony IDE generally. Do I have anything saved? I don't think I have anything saved. So like, for example, if I was gonna make a screen here, like say I wanted to do, let's see. I think what I would want to build. So like say for example I was gonna build a. I think what I would want to build next. You know, so this is about the level I am. Like, I struggle to kind of visualize making these things. So, like, can't even think of what to do. So, like, for example, label. Like, this stuff is all super oversized. But this is how I built my autopilot panel. So, for example, where's delete? Delete. So for example, when I built my autopilot panel, it's just pretty much rectangle. So I do a rectangle base, and then I don't even remember how to copy. So like rectangle base. I see. I don't even remember how to copy in this thing. So like you do another rectangle, and then be like there, and then stick that there, and then I want to put a label on top, and so size that, and that's going to go on top with a P, you know, on top, and then I kind of use that as the basis of my code, and then I do generate Lua code, and I can start with there, and then I can work from there. So something like that. I would like to learn how to use this a little bit better and get really super duper in depth with this. You know, like there are certain things like, where are we at? Lua Basics Learn. Where are we at here? I'm trying to find. Like, see, I'm like, I haven't used this in a little while, so. Like, there is some stuff here, how to do, like, some dials. But it's like, I would really like a in-depth guide where somebody can walk through and just, like, show me everything that I need to, like, start doing. So, like, I would love to, like, these are way beyond me right here, these Basilisk gauges. I would love somebody to, like, walk me through there so I could rebuild my own. And, you know, tune them up to exactly how I want them. That would be awesome, you know, to kind of learn to that point. So, you know, I'm not there. Like, you see me, like, fumbling through, and it would be nice to, like, the ability to, like, make things smaller. Like, I would like to make even smaller gauges. Like, one thing I want to do is make an autopilot section that would take up 4 here. And what I would like to ideally do is you would have, so in real life, let me bring up the Embraer 145's mode control panel. So I'll show you how I like it from IRL. So generally, like, this is going to be gross, but this is your autopilot mode control panel right here. So you have right here, this little square right here. And so this controls your autopilot. And so you have autopilot master. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head where these things are. Is there a picture that doesn't suck? See if there's a picture that is high def enough that I can open it actually and read it. Let's see if there's mode control panel. Here's some better pictures. I'm trying to find the mode control panel though. There's this one might be high def enough I can zoom in. So here it is, yeah. So like this is what controls your autopilot, it's just right here. You have this is flight director that syncs your compass. So you turn this to turn your compass bug. I would love to have a compass bug on one of my compasses. You have HDG as heading mode. You would press that and that centers it. You would turn your heading with this. You select heading mode. There's nav. There's approach. I forget what this is. There's autopilot master. Here is the pilot controlling it. So, for example, in this, the captain is flying this leg. The arrow is pointing there. That will so prioritize whatever the captain sets on their panels is going to be controlled by the autopilot. If you press this button, an arrow goes on the right, and that's what the FO is doing. That's yaw damper. Puts the yaw damper on. That's the autopilot master right there. Here's speed control. This is actually your altitude stuff. So you could do a speed climb, which is foolish. We used to do it sometimes. We'd select speed, 200 for climb out, and the plane will auto pitch to maintain 200 knots. Flight level change we almost never used. That was like the PIDs we have in game. We always did vertical speed mode. So you press V at vertical speed, and you'd spin up what vertical speed you wanted. Usually like 1,000 or 2,000 feet per minute. Altitude it will auto capture your altitude. So for example, you would spin in the altitude you want 10,000 feet. the green light would go out. Say we're at 5,000, we'd spin in 10. It would be green on 5, and then we'd spin in 10. The green light would go out when we put in vertical speed. So we go 10,000 feet VS. This light would go out, and the green light would come on here. We'd spin up to 10,000, or we'd spin up to 1,000 feet per minute and start to climb. Here's flight director for the FO. This is actually your course. So this is your course sync for setting in your courses. So, like, I would like to make something like that had smaller buttons and that had those in there. But what I would like to make for game is, for example, I would like to get rid of these frickin' keypads, because if you look at this, where is it? I can put in the heading, which is just 3 digits. So I'd put HDG. So I can use the logic I have in here and just repurpose this, but HDG, 3 digits. So say I want a 200 heading, and you see how small this can be. So it could be HDG, have the numbers right under it. I like this, how I just flick these through. That works for me. So, 100 heading, that could take up like literally this much space. And then you would have altitude, ALT, and then you'd have the same thing under here, but be 5 digits. And so that would take care of both of these keypads in that amount of space. And then this is fine. I like this setup. So autopilot, radio. If they were smaller, I might think they're a little bit hard to read, but they're not bad here. And then, for example, what I'd love to do is get rid of this frickin' massive, huge keypad. It's annoying because what I'd have to do is this. I don't think there's a way to do it. So, for example, you set in your waypoint, right? If you look there, you get your XYs. I'd have to manually set in my XYs, and they'd have to be 4 digits apiece. So they would take up the whole panel, but you could manually enter those. That's the only benefit of that, because this is huge. But I wish there was a way to control this and just input your desired waypoint. I wonder if there's a way to do it. I can't think of it. I wonder if there's somewhere in the game that reads out when you put that 3D waypoint out there. But let me check chat. Yeah, I'll hit you up, Rasmus, if I get into it. But you can see why I kind of don't get into it. I get on a roll. Like, I got on a roll with this. This came together pretty fast, and then I've kind of gone away from it. So eventually I'll get back into it, and then I'll hit you up for some questions. Maybe we can do a stream together or something sometime where I ask you for some input, and I'll throw you in a Discord channel, and I'll go through it, and as I work on, I'll be like, well, how do I get this smaller? And you can kind of show me that. I think that'll be helpful to people. And then as I start to learn these things better, I can maybe make some tutorials, because like some people aren't great at teaching. Like, that's a skill that a lot of people don't think about. Like when I was learning to be a flight instructor, you have to take what comes naturally to you and then put it in a way that people can understand it. And that's actually a skill set in its own right. And so, like, there are some people who are great at Lua who couldn't explain it. And so, I might, go through the live stream with you, ask you some questions, pick your brain, actually make a panel on screen. I think that would have some good utility to people and to me. And then, like, once I start getting comfortable with it and I've learned some things from you, then maybe I can make some tutorials. So that was kind of one of the reasons I started making tutorials in the first place, was I was like, oh, this person isn't doing a great job explaining this, or this person is building this truck microcontroller that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, well, I could complain about it and just bitch in the comments, or I could make a tutorial. And so that's when I started making tutorials. So what's going up there, Ship Geek? How are you? Back for more. Yeah, it's definitely a big thing on starting with the basics. A lot of people, like, for building, they want to get right in. They see this game, they see all these cool ships, and they're like, oh, the first, like, I see so many brand new players. I'll look at their Steam account, and they have like 6 hours in game. They're like, oh, how do I extend my workbench? I'm like, first, dude, you need to learn to walk before you learn how to run. You are a baby. You need to come in, build your first thing, because what happens is, you come in trying to conquer the world and you can't, you can't squash a tomato and you get so frustrated. It's like you need to come in and have a little bit of success in this game to enjoy it. And so the first thing you need to come in is build something simple. And when you build something simple and it works, you get that sense of satisfaction. You feel a sense of accomplishment. You feel like, okay, this game isn't beyond me. You feel like I can do this now. And then you move on to the next thing. You do not want to, try to learn to run before you learn to walk. And I see that with a lot of new players. As they come in, guns ablaze, and thinking they're going to be able to conquer the world. It's like, dude, you need to come in and like really start with the basics. And once you get those basics down, you can start to branch off and take those skills you've learned to do some more complicated things. As I see that quite often, is people just like way trying to overachieve on day one. It's like you need to start with the basics. And I think then you get a sense of, okay, I'm starting to figure this out. I'm having fun. Because when you're not figuring things out, it can be a drag. And so I think a lot of people need to like start at the beginning and realize that those of us who have like 5,000 hours in this game can make this look easy and can do things quickly because we put the time in, and there's really no shortcut to that. You have to put the time in. It's like, when people are asking how to make better looking hulls or shapes, it's practice. It's not a fun answer, but it's the right answer. It's practice. It's like I still look at people, I'm like, how the hell do they get their builds look that good? And it's practice and practice and practice. I'm starting to hook up some electrical systems here. Try to do all my like systems. So I'm kind of putting the, putting down the gas on this one, trying to get this done because I really want to get this in the career build series. Like, I've been wanting to do a career build series episode, but I've been kind of waiting to have some more tools. And so I really want to be able to move some vehicles around. That's kind of what I'm infatuated with right now. And so I kind of want to do that. And it's one reason why career build series is a little bit stalled out, is it's kind of like, I'm kind of that point in career build series where it's like, a lot of so you start to get to like the high level of game, and it's like you really need like bigger builds that require hundreds of hours or a lot of time to get done. And so it's like I really need like this thing. I don't know how many hours I have in this. I put it together reasonably fast, but it's taken a bunch of time. So it's taken a lot of time to get to here just to go maybe record a career build series episode where there are a couple and have it in the stable, so it takes a little bit of time to get to the point where it's where I can get this out and working on and actually using this in a career build game. Just connecting up lights, electricity. So I'm finally to the point with the build. So it's kind of another method I do is I try not to get into needing to hook up my electrical systems until a lot of the testing is done. And that's the other recommendation I'd say to people is, don't make your build too complicated in the beginning. I do that a lot myself because it's going to be a struggle to test. I still do this all the time to myself. I make my build super complicated, and it takes me like you see how long it takes me to get this thing started to go do a test run. And the test might take me all of like 20 seconds to actually do the test, but I have to get it in the air. It takes me 5 minutes to get in the air. And then I do the test, I change a value, then go test it again. And so this is kind of a tough, slow portion of it, which there's, a lot of people talk about when they can never finish anything and they kind of give up on a build. And this is often where it is it's like the testing can be tedious, but you kind of have to be into that part of the game as the tedium of testing. And sometimes that can be a struggle, is just like pushing through and being like, okay, I'm going to do that tedious part of testing now. That's all about spawn again, test this tiny little number. Does it work? No. Okay, go back, test again, spawn, do this little number, and that can be tedious, and that's where a lot of people are like, nope, done. Does that go there? No, that doesn't go there. That goes here. What are you hooking up to there? Okay. And then these need to plug into here is fine. But that's not plugged into anything. Okay, that goes there. I'm just hooking up my hot buses now. So these are all things that are always powered, like doors, so that I can actually get in and out of the build. APU here is going to be, that hooks to there. No, that doesn't hook to there. That's separate. Okay. I'm going to check some chat here. Exactly, Rasmus. That's kind of the thing, is it's, you know, I was on a good roll with Python. You know, I was doing pretty well with Python. I was initially thinking, you know, if I won't go into too many personal details, but you know, I'm probably gonna have to do some sort of change in what I'm doing because of you know, physical limitations. And so one thought was to go back to to go into software engineering. I enjoy it to a certain extent, but like the people element, like I am not going and sitting in an office. And like when there was a reasonable chance people were able to work from home, I was like, oh, that'd be cool, work from home. You know, and so then, you know, when now it's hard. Like my brother's a software engineer, and so like he's got what, 15 years in, so he's pretty senior at this point, and so like he has good opportunities, and he's still like, you know, the jobs are still skint as it is right now. And so it's like I don't want to restart at the bottom, and so I'm leaning more towards going back to flying. Is, you know, that is a hot market right now, and they're not going to get rid of that pilot shortage. It is expensive. Like they want a bachelor's degree, and they want flight training. So like my degree, when I graduated in 05, I had like 120 grand in student loan debt. And my first year as a pilot, I was making 23 grand. So it was like poverty wages. It was miserable. So they're having a huge global pilot shortage right now, which I don't think is ever going to get fixed. And so that makes me kind of a reasonable commodity that I can kind of market myself. So, and it's back, and I'm more primed for that lifestyle now at this point in my life. But you know, so you kind of have to. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of software is, I wouldn't say it's politics, but it's like you have to be able to go in an office and be able to deal with people's nonsense. And I don't like. I could do a work from home software job. I could probably enjoy that, but I would not enjoy going in the office. You know, it's not for me. All right, let's finish setting this up. So this is my master power here. This would be Power Connect. What are you? You are oh no, what is this? This is master power. I'm trying to think how I want master power to be. This should be ground power. That's fine. Okay, ground power can be here. So ground power is coming over to here. Okay, good. And then my 2 batteries come up and they connect to master power here. Where are you at? I have it hidden behind here. I probably shouldn't, but relay right there. And then this is going to plug into, all my panels are connected. This is my master here. So I need to plug into the, I don't like the master being here. Let's move it. I need to be able to see these electrical connections or I'm going to have an aneurysm. So put it right here. All right, so these are pre-connected. So I'm starting to do more modular stuff, like I was saying. Like this is the landing gear actually right from Night Owl, a little bit modified, and so this allows me to keep electrical connections connected too, which is solid. Like these have all their connections are already done. So like little stuff like that saves me an absolute. What is this? Okay, this is hot bus because these gear doors, they need to start in a certain position. These should be cross-connected. Okay, so gear is good. Gear is going to come up and it's going to connect to just one of these gear doors is fine. All right, so gear is now connected. Let's double, triple check that. Because once I get to the point where I go to shut infinite electricity off, that's a big milestone in game, and I need to be prepared for that so that everything works and I'm not doing testing where stuff is not working. Hot bus. So what a hot bus is I've talked about buses before. It's just like it's a metal bar, and you essentially screw in a bunch of wires to it. And so when you activate that system, everything that goes to that system is powered. So I'm using relays as bus bars. So when I talk about buses, so like your hot bar, English language me speak, What that is all about is your hotbar is always powered. So I need a hotbar. So generally what I'll do is I'll pick a battery so that, for example, let's say I turn on my lights too often, or I open my doors too much and I burn down my battery. It will burn down one battery. The other battery is segregated. It cannot burn down. So what I go is off this hotbar here. So this is going to be my hotbar. My lighting here needs to not go there. My lighting needs to go to the... I'll put the lighting on this, and what I'll do is, so one of the things that's cool in the airplanes, they have entry lighting. I did this on one of my tugboats, actually. You have a couple dim lights, and all their job is to get you to the cockpit safely without falling on your face. And then when you get to the cockpit, you power up the systems, and then the main lights come on. So it does that. So here's my hot bus. So anything that needs to be powered all the time, like my doors so I can get in and out, my ramp, some of my lights, those go in the hot bus. These lights here, my actual running lights, those I will do. Those won't be hot bus because they're too powerful. So they'll go. They're all connected here. Where's that? That connected? Okay, that's connected. So this here will go to the main bus. And so this is when I do my main power connection. That will connect most of my systems. You all connected up here. My control surfaces are powered off of the master. Those need to go in right there. All right, hopefully most of this is plugged in. So this is the starter for the APU. That is pretty much by itself. That goes into here. Systems. So systems used to be a pretty complicated because I had all my gauges. Now with the physics sensor, it's like one block for most of them. Like distance sensor I still need. But this is my systems here. So antennas, any antennas I usually hook into the systems here, or into my sensors is usually what I call it, sensors. That's my sensors. This here is my fueling system. My fuel system will hook in here. And so I think we're gold. Like it seems complicated, but it's like I find it easier if you go by system, it functions a lot better. Like currently my engines aren't connected. So like for example, my engines, instead of I won't daisy chain them. So like this is my engine. So it has my compressor, my two clutches, which this clutch is the clutch for the propeller. I have 3 gearboxes going to the propeller. And then this clutch here is for my generator. And then we have the 2 turbines. So those will go into the master. Oh, come on, dude. Those will go into the master there. And then I like segregating the systems instead of daisy chaining. So each engine has its own connection. And then, so I need to finish hooking up my electricity. So I have 4 generators. So I need 4 relays. No, I don't need 4 relays. No, I don't need the relays anymore. I used to do these by relays, but now they're controlled by the clutch. So that's fine. So these generators here, what I do is they go into this cold side right here. And so the generators are all going to the cold side of the master power so that you can just charge the batteries with everything else off. You really wouldn't get in that situation, but they'll go here. And this way I can disconnect certain batteries from the generators. In game, this isn't a big deal, but in real life, you wouldn't want to overcharge your batteries. If you have a bad battery, you'd want to be able to disconnect it from the generator. And then this way I can pick which batteries I want charged by which generators. So adds a little bit more controllability. Oh, I've plugged in the wrong one. It will still work, but I didn't plug it in where I wanted it. Oh my God, getting complicated here. There we go. Right here. All right, so this should be set up the way it needs to be. Let's check any sort of stragglers. I think we're good. All right, so that's pretty good. Let's do a quick check here. This is kind of the thankless work that's no fun, but it's like you got to do it. All right, so here's a milestone of infinite electricity is coming off. That's always a fun milestone. So this should move. It does. Good. This should move. It does. Good. All right. Those should move with the battery. Essentially, we have nothing connected right now. Those should move. Those should move. Okay, so we're pretty good right now. And now I need to fix some other stuff before this will actually work. So I need to hook up the actual relays. That is connected. That is connected. 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 Okay, I need to fix something in here. So this is kind of just the thankless work, getting some of this panel work finished here. All right, 17 and 18. We need to check these. So I need to find where my generator is. Do I have generator on here? Or am I running generators separate? I might be running the generator separate. Yeah, it's in my electrical panel. Okay, so that's in my electrical panel. So I need to find where my clutches are. Right here. So, okay, oh, Jesus Christ. Electrical panel right here. Okay, and here are the last generators. I did do these. So 17 and 18. 17, 18. Okay, these are all connected. Good. What are you? APU? That's APU clutch. Okay. So let's run some systems here. We finally have this thing with proper systems. Let me check some chat here. I'll light the engines up while I check chat. I'm trying to be a little bit more efficient here, so it takes me time to start. Let's do it like I do it in real life. So you come in here, right? Nothing. I need to do one more thing. Sorry, guys. So whatever is controlling this master breaker here, this is my power connect, my main bus. Whoa, what is this? Okay, so see, these are controlled by the seat. So what this will do now is this turns on my backlights. Currently, I just had it when I sit in the seat. And so now these are all in this. When I do my power connect, all my systems are going to come on. This is how it works IRL. You'd go in the cockpit and you would select your batteries that you want, and then you select your power connect, and it actually lets the battery power flow through. So, you know, and there are a lot of cases, like you start to have failures, you start to have fires, you need to be able to isolate every one of those systems, or else you're in deep doo-doos. That is good. That is good. Okay, good. So we're good here. Let's go ahead. What is that? That's a door button. I don't know what that's going to. Probably nothing. All right, let's spawn. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. All right, so we have a cold airplane. Double check the ramp again. Should be fine. Ramp works. All these things are on that hot bus that I was talking about that allow me to power systems that when I actively have the airplane off, I can still use them. So we have a handle here. E, and I need to crouch and kind of look in like this, and then E, and we are in. So those are my doors. We come in. This should be powered off. As you can see, no electricity anywhere. Now I might have to segregate the main panel. Let's see. Battery on. Number 2, power connect. Okay, we're good there. So you see we're burning electricity. You wouldn't want to connect both your batteries. Again, we're going to go one battery. This is a thing you want to do to preserve your battery power because you need electricity to start the engines. So I keep this one off. Notice that one is now stationary at 99.59. This one is burning down. All right, and the reason you do that is, let's say I need to start an engine or an APU to make electricity. If I run too low, I can always turn on the other battery. So we leave that one off. This one, as you can see, I have my voltmeter. My voltmeter is reading negative because we're eating up battery. This one here, we're eating no battery off of this system. All right, so that's good. We do a flow. We come down, battery, power connect, ground powers if I plugged it into the plug over there. Batteries, we have those. Volts. Then we go up. And these are my gens. We're not going to touch gens yet. We go to APU. APU comes on, and I'm going to see, I'll see if that arrests the battery. It will take a while for the clutch to engage. I have a very slow clutch on that. But that should be slowing. Hopefully. I might not have that connected. I didn't connect the generator in, so that's not going to work. The generator's not connected in. That's fine. All right, so that's going. Notice again, this battery's stationary. Then we come up, and we go down to our bleeds. I don't know if I'm going to have bleeds in this. I might do bleeds. I might air start the engines. Probably air start the engines. We go up to fuel. We check our fuel. We'll balance our fuel. All right, good. Beacon comes on. That's going to tell people that, hey, be careful. The aircraft is powered. You'll notice that with a lot of airplanes is if the beacon is on, somebody is in there, and the aircraft is powered, that's telling you, hey man, an engine can start at any point. Stay away. Get contact with the pilot before you do anything. All right, so that's good. APU is not going to work, so we need to fix that. So I bet you the generator is not connected up for the APU, so we need to do that. So here is the APU gen right here. Let's check, make sure my gear ratio should be 3:1. Yep. All right, so this APU gen here goes to the cold side of the master. And what I need to do to make this work is, in order to pass the APU through the batteries, it's going to come in here. This is just tying my batteries together. As you can see, this is battery 1, battery 2. These tie together here. This is ground power. If I want ground power and I press that button, it closes this link and it goes, what is this? That's not plugged in the right spot. What is that? Why are you up there? That's the wrong one. It's supposed to be here. Okay. That was a mistake. This just goes out to ground power, that cable connector. And then so when I close the battery, so we started with battery, the number 1 battery, it closed this link and only this battery is feeding. It comes up here and then it goes over to here. Then we close the master. That battery is now powering everything. All right. If we wanted to close this one, now this battery and this battery are sharing the load. Then we come up to APU. APU, where did I plug the gen in? Double check the gen. Gen is up to here. So the APU gen's here. So when the APU is on, it's going to come up here. It's going to feed back to this, and it's going to feed to this battery because that's closed. This one's not closed, so it's not going to charge that battery there. All right. So that's how it is at IRL. You want to segregate your systems so that you always know where your power is going through. We have really slick pages on our MFDs that did that. That would be great if I learned enough Lua to do that. But all right, so again, you're going to come in, you're going to select the battery, power connect comes on. We're burning from this battery. We are not burning anything from this battery. This one's stationary. That one's burning down. All right, next we come up. We'd either select our GPU, which is ground power, or our APU. APU comes on, and as you can see, it's charging our battery. So we are now in a charge state. Notice it's slowing down because it's auto-pitted so that the APU will only give me as much electricity as much clutch as it needs. All right, then we go through, and we need bleed air to start the engines. I'm going to have to figure out a way to get this to work with 4 engines. I might do something different with this panel. We'll figure it out later. All right, so that is good. So now, as you can see, we're powered. Now, it's not going to go up to 100%. That's fine. It's going to hold us right there. That's fine. That's all we need. All right, now we have enough electricity in our system. We can start our engines. So fuel valve 1, and we'd start 1 at a time. Now, this should probably, as you can see, we're losing battery. Generally, in an engine start, you're going to be losing battery. Need beacon on. All right, and here it comes. So now the engine stopped starting. Our APU is taken care of. Perfect. Next thing we want to do. Gen 1 comes on, so now that engine is going to be giving us power. Okay, now we could shut the APU off, and hopefully that generator is making enough power. It doesn't look like it is. So I'll have to look at that. We'll see. But as you can see, it's a very slow drop. So we'll see what it does. Startup 2. So I need to look into the gens. So I'll put the APU back on for start. Generally you would keep the APU on just for a little extra. But you see my volt gauge is moving. That is telling me how fast I'm charging it. All right, engine up. Engine's up. All right, Gen 2's coming on. Now that's the engine gen. The reason why you wouldn't have them on IRL and in game when you're starting is that is putting resistance on the engine trying to start. You don't want that to have any resistance. So you wait till it starts, there's the start, and then you put the gen on because it has enough torque to take the load. Here comes 4. Starting? Oh, I didn't press the start button. Okay, why? Is 4 on? Nope. Why is this not working now? How the hell did that get screwed up? I need to check that. What? Do you have power? There's power. So something's up with that. I'll write that down in my notes. So number 4 starters out. That's interesting. I don't know why that's out. I've been starting them up. I wonder if that's not powered. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely not just the gauge. Okay. So that needs to be fixed. Can't turn that gen on anyway. So let's see if we have enough. So see what my gens are doing. My gens appear to not be currently doing their job. So we'll see what's up with that. Let me I can't power sup because I have to test the engines. Okay, here we go. See, we're slowing down. Maybe not. I'll have to check the gens. So I need to check the gens, 1 through 4 gens. Check chat in a second. 1 through 4 gens. Okay, good. So we're starting to find some buggage here. And then once your engines are stabilized, once we're producing enough electricity, then we could go battery 2. Because we don't want to lose that battery until we know we're producing enough electricity. That's our backup battery. In the event that we cannot produce enough electricity, we want to have a battery that has enough juice to get us started again. All right, and so that's what we do there. Hydraulics are going to be like that. Eventually, those are just going to be faked. And what I'll do there is, so essentially, I do an up-down counter. When the engines are at a certain RPS, so each engine is going to give me a certain amount of hydraulic pressure. So for example, we should be able to maintain maximum control surface deflection with 2 engines running. If we went down to 1 engine running, we won't have enough hydraulics to work our control surfaces. If I forget to turn on my hydraulics, I will not have any control surface. If I lose an engine, I'm going to lose some control surface beyond 2. So as long as I have 2 engines, we'll go full control surface. So each engine, I talked about the accessory gearbox off the turbine. The other thing the accessory gearbox does is it turns your hydraulic pumps. So 4 is worrying me. Why is 4 screwed up? Let's check that. I'll read some chatteroni here. 2,200 hours in Stormworks for Rasmus. Grafton has 1,300 hours. Citrus, 6,000. I'm going to have to catch up. You're always losing. You're always learning new things. That's the great thing about this game is every once in a while you get somebody in from, I don't know, say Brick Rigs or something, and they're like, oh, Stormworks should be simpler. Stormworks are too hard to learn. And the thing is, when something is simple, it's not as rewarding. And so, like, if you could learn everything there was to learn in this game in a day, yeah, you'd pick it up for a day, maybe you play for 5 days, and then you throw it away. This game, you can put in 5, 6,000, 10,000 hours because every day you can learn something new, and that's what is awesome. But you have to be the type of person who wants to learn something, who enjoys learning, and who finds that rewarding. In this plane, so you're talking about these control surfaces right here. Stalemate. This here is anti-flap. So I talked about this a little bit. So the way that the flaps work in game, they give you a lot of lift. They give you some drag, but not enough. So IRL, what happens is the flaps will come down. They're big panels, man, sticking out in the breeze. They're going to give you a lot of lift, but they're going to give you a lot of drag. And so what happens is as you get more drag, you're going to start to lose altitude. So how do you correct so you don't lose altitude? You raise the pitch of your airplane. So when you're coming into land, you have the landing gear down, that's drag, no lift. You have the flaps down, that's lift and drag. So you get a ton of drag. And so what's going to happen is in order to not lose altitude or not lose too much altitude, you need to pitch your nose up. In game, we got a ton of lift and not much drag. So what happens is I would actually have to land with the nose down. And I had a couple landings before I put that in that the nose wheel will hit first. In order to get the appropriate deck angle so that your nose is pitched up and it behaves properly, when you're coming into land, you need a lot more of a pitch up to maintain that altitude because you're going slow, less airflow over the wing, less lift. You have your flaps out, which is giving you more drag. And so what this does, I call it anti-flap. The flap comes down and these go, the flap goes down, giving you lift. These go the opposite direction, pushing you down. And what that does is that gives you a ton of drag. This is a lot of drag in game. And so what it's doing is it's countering the flap so that the flaps still come down and look right and give us good lift, but it also makes it so that the plane behaves properly. If you look, our center of gravity is here. So what's happening is all these flaps are coming down and it's pushing up behind the center of gravity, pushing my nose down. These are right here. They're pushing us straight down. And so this is causing, when I come into land, it gives me a very natural, correct deck angle where I come in with a little bit of a, say like a 5-degree nose up attitude. And so that is how you'd want to land. Let's see if I can find a quick pic of a plane landing. I'm going to just find a quick picture of a jet landing here. I don't want stupid military stuff. I'm trying to find a proper plane. Boy, not right now. Cat's like trying to come out and lay on the keyboard. Yeah, come, you want snuggles? Come lay on the lap. Don't lay on the keyboard, bud. It's like, I'll do what I want, Dad. I'm trying to find like a, okay, like here. I'll open this picture here. This will work for us. It's a terrible picture, but it will work for us here. So like, if you look here, this is the approach angle of a jet. So this is what the jet, and you pretty much, you flare a little bit, but not much. And so this is the approach angle you're going to be coming in at. And so a lot of that's the gear is drag and the flaps are down. And so you need this, and you're going slow. And so you need this high deck angle. And so in game, it would be nose down. By putting that anti-flap in it, it will allow me to come in at the appropriate angle. So everything looks and works correctly. So that's why I do that. That's all to correct for the flaps and the drag not being correct. Let me see. Empty space in the cockpit. Let's see where you're talking about. Where do you mean? Which empty space? Up here? I don't have much empty space left. The only empty space I have left is here. Here I have a little empty space. These three are going to be empty space. I could do one thing I often do sometimes if I need to just fill some space. What these will be is brake temperature indicators. You'll get those by your brakes. So I fake them. They just as you increase, it will increase the brake temp. I'm not sure what I'm put here yet. Let me see, because on my jets, that would be spoilers. Spoilers would be right here. I don't need spoilers on this. Side panels, this is lighting. Transponder is going to go most likely on the first officer's side. And then I might put some other like independent lighting. So for example, your captain would have his own little like reading light above his head. I don't know if I can do that here. Where can I cut? Right? Nope, can't cut anywhere. He's not getting his reading light. So I might have like a reading light or something controlled there. So I don't know yet. Is that what you're talking about, Citrus, right there? How's it going, Connor? No radar. I don't do any radar. The only radar you'd have in these planes is weather radar. And we can't see any moisture in game, so there's no point in that. They would have what's known as TCAS. TCAS is not radar-based. Well, it is radar-based. What TCAS does is you have the air traffic controls radar, and that is then sent to you, and it's put on your scope. So ATC is reading the transponders of other airplanes, and your plane is reading the transponders of other airplanes, and it is telling you where other airplanes are. So you'd have TCAS. But you would not have, quote unquote radar. Radar is actually giving you a ping return off of it. You would be running TCAS, which is working with ATC's radar to send you the transponder information of other planes. So we'd have TCAS, but I don't need or want that really. We'd have weather radar. I don't really go on a radar. I would want to make my own radar, and so I would have to. It would be cool to put a radar in there. Because in game we can find vessels and stuff with that for search and rescue. But I would want to make my own radar screen. Again, I'd have to learn the Lua to get that up, and it's complicated to make a radar that works well in game. Behind this, back here. Okay, this is going to be seating. So there's going to be there's probably going to be 2 seats on either side. The other thing I might put in here is a closet. So often you'll have a closet for the crew bags, And so I might put a closet here on one side. Some of the bigger planes have closets on both sides. But like this is all cargo back here. So likely what I'm going to focus on is this is going to be seating. So you're going to have seats for probably 4 at least in here. What do I do? It's 1, 2. Yeah, so we could probably do 4 seats in here and make it reasonable. So it'd be seat, 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 seat. And that would be, we could actually do benches too. We could do 8 in here. 1, 2. I could do 8 in here. So like, for example, we could do like symmetry, devil you. Symmetry, you demon you. So like that, and then I want seat back there, so we go probably like this. So we kind of do what is footwell there? I could do a double footwell. You don't want to crowd the pilot seats, so usually you have a little bit of a gap because the pilots are gonna kick the shit out of you if you bump it into them. So something like that, and with some microcontroller seat backs. So something towards, this extent. Something like that is likely what's going in here because I want this all cargo in here. I don't want to use up any of my space. So I want to be able to take this on rescues, and so having 8 seats in here is pretty good. And so I'll be in here to annoy the pilots. So, but yeah, probably put some seats in here for 8, and then just do cargo in the back. So that's likely what that's going to be doing. How's it going there, FS Gamer? How's it going, Wesp? Yeah, again, Stone, I'd say start out small. Go out there. I find a lot of people are finding problems getting focused. And I find career is really good for focus. So go out there, start a career game, put on the custom menu. And I like North Meyer Dock now because you can go right into, you can spawn helicopters and land vehicles right there. But I would go and build a little rescue boat, do a couple of the beginner missions. That helps focus you. It gives you some tasks. And then you're like, okay, I'm starting to get antsy. I want to do some land stuff. Okay, I'll build a car. Okay, I want to do a little air stuff. I'll build a helicopter. That focuses you, get you back. And don't try to make like the biggest helicopter known to man. Build a helicopter that has a couple seats on it that can do a rescue, and then go from there. I do not. We had to wear boots. I could do a flight engineer, but nothing modern has a flight engineer, so I don't do it anymore. And it's a lot of panel hookup for not much. This is more like, this is modern. This would have, and having the 8 seats is a good utility to me. The ability to do some rescues, to do some stuff in here. I missed the Workbench podcast. I don't know why it stopped, but I was thinking of doing one myself. I'm trying to do it on Fridays while I have the time now. Eventually, I'm gonna have to be working and can't do it. But it'd be nice to get the Workbench podcast back, but do my own version of it and have some people join me. Like it used to be fun because we would do a little multiplayer, and like having something like this with some multiplayer. So I might try to do some multiplayer on like a stream at some point, and put some people in there. So that's what that area is going to be. Let's, what was I working on before the circus came? Engine 4. So I need to go to my notes. All right, so compressor is electrical to there to there. This isn't connected at all. Okay, that's what the problem was. Simple. All right, so number 4 is now fixed. That was problematic. Gens. I need to check the gens. So likely it's a value number. Let's make sure they're plugged in first. So we have generator here is going to the master relay. Gen. All gens are connected correctly. These are all connected correctly because this needs power. That clutch, and clutch. Those are all connected. Okay, those are good. So it's not that problem. That is plugged in. That is plugged in, plugged and plugged in. Make sure we're going to read them. Gen 4, Gen 3. Where are you at here? Gen 1, Gen 2. Okay, so those are plugged. Let's see what else is wrong here. I may not have plugged the batteries in correctly. I didn't. No, I did. Okay. Battery, number 2 bat's plugged. Where's number 1 bat? You plugged in there, son? Number 1 bat's plugged. So that is fine. It could be too low of a p-value. We'll see. All right, so we have no, where we're at. Where are we supposed to be here? What is APU running? APU is running value there. Okay, that's air. Where is the gen for or the clutch for the APU is the question. Where the hell is that APU clutch? Right here, APU clutch. So this here is reading batteries 1 and 2 divided by 2. Okay. So 1 and 2 divided by 2 is just giving us the average battery voltage essentially for that. And then what's this? This is reading X, which is X reading off of bat 2. So what I want to do is what this is doing. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take battery 1. I'm going to just go through this generator system again, make sure it's running. Could just be too low of a p-value. All right, so this is going to be X plus Y divided by 2. That's just giving us a battery average. That's going to plug in there. It won't be perfect because, of course, you know, as you one battery's running, the other one's not. It's going to give us too much charge, but it's not something that we care about really. All right, you go there. You go to 2. Let's grab from 2 instead. And then this will go there. All right. And I want to make sure these are reading correctly, so I need to make sure these are actually getting turned on. They didn't seem like they're getting turned on. We're losing too much power with the engine spooled. You know, the idle is not that high, but it still should probably be giving us a reasonable amount of juicy juice. All right, so these are plugged in appropriately. Now, let's see, 1, 1, 1. So these are the generators. So they're controlling the clutch to give us the ideal amount of clutch, so we're not wasting energy. Okay, let's update that. Let's check pathing here for composites. So we should be reading in from the panel. We are. Okay, out to the panel. That's fine. Let's read the... okay, did this screw this up? Where does this go? That goes to here. Okay, that's correct. All right, and let's read these. So that's going to be 9, 10, 17, 18. 9, 10, 17, 18. Okay, 9, 10, 17, 18, 9, 10. Check connections here. Make sure it's coming from panel. It is. Okay. 9, 10, 17, 18. Okay, so those are plugged. Those are good. They're going to the PID. I have no p-value. Do I? No, I do have a p-value. Okay, it's right there. What p-value are we running on these? Missing p-value on one of them. So no wonder that one's not working. What are you? Okay, that's okay. I'm missing the p-value on 2 of my generators here, so that would be why that's not working. What is this? Oh, I did it again here for some reason. So I'm doing a p-value of 50. Those should be running. Get rid of that. Because I added 2 generators, so check. Cat, stop your bullshit. The APU is set to the same p-value, so if the APU is charging, this should be. Cats drive me nuts. Let's see. So that's all running. P-value for the APU, for this, for that. They're running the same 3 to 1. The issue is the APU is running at 20 RPS, and then these are running like 2.5. So it could just be that. So they're all connected. Let's double check them. And then this is getting good, man. This is to the point where I can start using this in career build series. Like it has everything it really needs. All right, I want to get rid of that frickin' dash. All right, battery, power connect. We're burning. Battery, good, good, good. APU. All right. APU's charging. Good. APU off. All right, good. Let's go do this. Go out this door here. I need a duct for the door. So we need to take the cable and plug it into our ground services panel. All right. Crouch, crouch, and finagle. Good. All right, so now we're losing battery there, as you can see, and then we're going to go GPU, and we're gaining battery. So GPU works, nice. So ground power unit's plugged. Nice, nice, nice. Let's disconnect that. Turn the APU back on, and we'll start powering up. Read some chat while I'm doing this. Yeah, it's definitely better to start off small again. You know, you pick it up pretty quickly, and it's, you know, it's a good way to get frustrated to jump right back into a big build. It's like sometimes you need a pallet cleaner, and I do it myself. Like after this, I'm not going right into another huge build. Like this is how you get like something small, like one of my mini trucks. Is it's like I build something like this, and I'm like, I just want to build something small and simple, you know. And so it's like after this, so it's like having a little pallet cleanser. All right, so let's go ahead. APU's coming off. All right, notice battery's still going up because the APU is still spinning. Okay, we shouldn't be building battery with the generators off. I just shut the APU off. Is it actually off? Why are we not losing battery? Cat, fuck off. He's like hitting every like he's trying to shadow box stuff. Slapping all my wires, biting my cord. Okay, so we're in a little electricity now. I don't know why. It seems like one of the generators is on, which it shouldn't be. I don't know why we're producing electricity with the APU off and the ground power off. Let's unplug that. Make sure that that's not feeding us electricity when it shouldn't be. Oh, excuse me, there, propellers. I'm trying to burn up as much electricity as I can. Because we're still on that one small battery. This is like, you know, you notice a lot of players, especially new players, they'll use like 200 medium batteries on this tiny little build. I have 2 small batteries, and right now I'm working on one of them. And you notice, like, we're not losing that much electricity with all the lights on and everything running, you know. And so you see we're at a 0.05 there. Let's see. Okay, so we're losing. Let's go ahead, and so I think the APU just took a while to slow down, to spool down. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll do Gen 1. Okay, so see, it's starting to flicker like the generator's trying to work it. That's fine. All right, let's go Gen 2. Okay, so see, watch this. It was at, see, it's at negative 0.03, put on Gen 2. It's starting to increase. Increase even more, and we should be stabilized. Bingo. So we're stabbed there. Beautiful. That works. So all 4 gens are on now. APU is off. All right, and we don't need all these lights on. Let's go. We'll do a night flight here. We'll check out all my lights. I'll see the chat scrolling. I'll check with you guys in a second here. All right, so we don't have any lights on yet. Let's go white lights, red lights, and let's dim them down. There we go. Brakes coming off, and flaps are set. Let's taxi out. And we want to have on nav light at night, and we want taxi, and we want logo. Let's look at that logo light, people. Why did I can't, my K keys. How the hell did I hit that? I moved a little bit. But there's that Albatross on the tail number. As you can see, we have the moving nose wheel light. So the nose wheel light's where we're headed. Yes, APU is auxiliary power unit. Generally, it's used for electrical production and for bleed air, and you can also use the bleed air for your air conditioning kit to your packs. Pneumatic air conditioning kits. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go into beta. So back it into beta. All right, now we have flat blades, so all our blades are flat. Okay, next. So, liking the logo. The Albatross came out nice. Looking good. Tail number. I do checkerboard tails on there, so we have a light up tail number. I'm going to put them under the wing, too, so there's under and aboves. All right, good. Let's light up the rest of the sucker. Let's check all the lights, too, make sure they're good. Strobes are not on because I didn't turn them on yet. Strobes are on now because we're on the runway. We have strobes, navs all around, and strobes. Beautiful. Beacon's good. All right, great. So that's good. Let's go landing lights. And we're lit. All right, let's go ahead and we will, let's get a little bit more light in here. There we go. Brighten up our lights. Good. Want to go altitude 5,000 feet. Heading of 220, runway heading. Pre-select those. Good. Let's go break off. Our battery is perfect still. And that's at idle, so as we increase our thrust, of course, those generators are going to be able to produce more than enough electricity. Pause, airspeed's alive. Pause rate gear's coming up. Autopilot's coming on. Nice. Landing gear is up. Start bringing that prop back. Greater than 100 knots. Flaps are coming up. Start bringing that prop back. Let's see. Where do I want to go? Let's go down to... We'll do that Harrison loop again. That's not too bad. So let's go to... We'll do it like here, maybe. And so what we want to do is, generally, this is kind of the way you want to do it. You want to set in your GPS. All right, GPS is in. Bearing 2 is, I don't have this set up for GPS, so we need nav GPS. That will flip this over to GPS. So this commands it here. So as you can see, that goes to 7.2. What I need to do is go into the Lua. Right now, the reason it's reading 7.2 is there's a spot on the map that's 0, 0, 0x, 0y. And if you're talking the physics sensor, it's 0x, 0z. And so what I wanted to do is, instead of reading out these numbers, because that's giving me the position of 0, 0, if the number is 0, 0, I want this to read essentially nil. So I want to either say NA, not applicable. So I need to program that in. But now so if I picked radio, it's going to go back to whatever the radio's set on. And GPS will go to the GPS. And then nav, if nav's not on, it won't control it at all. We're going to go heading hold. And we'll let it turn to 232. You always want to back it up with your heading, so it'd be 233. Now that's changing because we're always moving, so it's going to change a little bit. That's to be expected. We're at 5,000 feet. There is 233. Now that we have the heading in there, we're going to switch to heading hold. Heading hold always takes precedence. And then what that allows us to do is our next waypoint is going to be right here. Draw a line from the runway, and this is going to be our final. So we set the waypoint there. And I'm going to take off 3D waypoints so we can show. Let's go fog up to. The problem is in game with fog, we'll do a little bit of wind here. We'll do like 20% wind. The problem with the fog is you can't set ceilings. Like in real life, an ILS approach, you go down to you can go down 200 feet. If at 200 feet you see runway lights, you can go down to 100 feet. And then if you see the runway, you can land. So you can go down to 100 feet without seeing anything. Well, 200 feet without seeing anything on an ILS. I'm actually going to cut this corner here. I don't want to take that long. And so you can do that on a ILS. So in game, though, we don't have in game we don't have the actual. We can't set ceilings. So like I can't make a fog layer that ends at 200 feet, which is how it'd be in real life. You know, and I can't do tops either. So, for example, you might get your flight delayed because the airport's fogged in really bad, and it might be a top. It might be the base layer is at say 100 feet, right? You need it to be at 200 feet, and so say the base layer is at 100 feet, and the top might only be at 300 feet. So it's clear, beautiful, you know, sunny skies at 300 feet, but you can't get through it. So it'd be nice if they'd put a little bit of a more, you know, intricate weather system. But again, maybe me and 20 people are ever going to use it, you know. So I understand why the devs don't do some of these things. It's not necessary. What are we doing here? This should be at 120. Why are you not at 120? What are you doing there, guy? Okay, that's weird, man. Should be 121. I don't know why that's not behaving itself. Huh. I wonder what's... Oh, it's the wind. It's not accounting correctly for the wind. I'll have to fix that in the autopilot later. Watch. Yep, see, it's the wind. So likely what's happening is the limiter or the p-value is too low on the roll, and so it is not rolling enough to counter the wind. So that's an important autopilot test. At some point I'll go through the autopilot and I will make an autopilot tutorial. That's another one that is a lot of work because I have to try to take a very complicated panel, go through it part by part. The other thing is, it could be a 4-hour long video, so most people are not going to sit down and watch a 4-hour long video, but what they're more likely to watch, so I have to do get a psychology degree to figure out some of these videos. And so what you have to do is, oh, there we go, stand by. We're at our next turn here, so. You know, so sometimes you want to break down the video so that it is smaller segments. So you'd have to do, for example, if it's going to be a 4-hour video, it might be better to do 8 30 minutes. You know, say, okay, we're going to go, this is going to be the autopilot series, and we're going to go through, and this is a 30-minute video on how to set up your X, or how to set up your Y. Next, we're going to do the pitch component of our autopilot, and then do that for 30 minutes, and then, you know, it won't be a 4-hour video. I could probably get it done in an hour, but, you know, and I like to go in depth, so you know, some of that you have to figure out the psychology of people, and you need to figure out the YouTube algorithm, which YouTube algorithm is always brutal. It's one of the reasons why this last build challenge I did 2 videos was I think it's better to make it an hour a piece than make it, you know, 2 hours. And the last one was 4 hours. And so to break it down, for example, you know, and again, I don't like doing clickbaity or hypey nonsense. That's not me. Just watch this. We're only 3 minutes away. I need to kind of pay attention a little bit. So what are we on there? 4.8, 4.8. Let's check this. 4.8, 4.8. Heading, nav. Nav can stay on. It's fine. So we're going in there fine. We're at 5,000. We're going to descend down to. So this is, you know, you have to really be careful about, they call it getting behind the airplane. The airplane is moving. Currently we're doing 2 miles per minute. All right, we are currently 7 miles away. It's only going to take us 3 minutes, so I have to focus enough on this to make sure, and we're in the soup here. Can't see anything. This is how it used to be when I'd fly, all by instruments. So, you know, sometimes you have to think of the psychology of is somebody going to click on a 4-hour video, and how much of that 4-hour video are they going to watch? Probably not a lot. If I put out an hour-long video on the build challenge, and it's engaged and entertaining, people might hang around for the hour, they might watch their build, they might watch the build they're interested in, that's fine. And then they tune into the next video, where if you put a 4-hour, they might watch just 1 or 2. Maybe if you put 2 out, they might watch 4. So it's that sort of psychology stuff I got to worry about sometimes. And the YouTube algorithm, you know, is the YouTube algorithm going to put my 4-hour video in the Stormworks search? It might. Is it going to put in the 2 videos in the search? Probably. So it's like little stuff like that I have to worry about. Let me quickly check. I'm just checking up, catching up on chat. A lot of chat here. So you guys are going to be my my first officers here. Watch this time here as I do a little chat. Yeah, engineering, like I said, would be cool to have an engineer station, but there's so few of that going on now. Yeah, might as well make a rescue variation. All right, I have to pay attention a little here. We're coming up on a minute. So we're at 3,000 feet. This is not descending fast enough. Autopilot comes off. Power comes back. We're only about 2 miles out. Gears coming down. Flaps are coming in. I really have to pay attention to the soup. I have to watch my pitch attitude really heavily here. So I'm having to pitch like crazy. I'm getting too slow. I'm powering up a little bit there. So I'm slowing down because that's buying me time. It's just descending slower than I'd like, so I need to increase that descent rate probably. it's descending realistically, but it was, you know, I would have been descended already. So we're coming down here. We are currently, what's going on here? I want heading hold. Altitude holds off. I want heading hold. I screwed up my heading because I wasn't paying attention. So I turned. I wasn't paying attention. That's something you got to be careful of in the weather like this. Is you can't see as well. So I'm slow. I need to watch my speed. Airspeed, attitude are my most important. So this is like instrument pilots. This is like this is the make or break for people. Like if you're trying to become a professional pilot, is instruments will break. Watch my altitude. There's 500 feet. We got to be careful here. We're currently about a mile away from the airport. 6.5 is the heading. I want to take off this. I want to navigate there. It is turning now. Okay, we're gonna have to go missed approach on this. But watch my altitude, 200 feet. We're gonna hit something if I'm not careful. So I'm leveling off here. Now there we go. See? Watch the trees. See, this is what it's like flying instruments. You got to be careful. You got to be paying attention. That's why when I said I'm leveling off, that's why I was leveling off. You can see how quickly you can get into trouble. And this is, like I said, make or break for pilots is instrument flight training. That's what weeds people out, is getting into these conditions like this at night in the crap, and you see the trees popping up. That terrifies you. So I made a mistake there where when I took off the autopilot, I was not watching my heading well enough. So what we do is what's known as a missed approach. I'm going to take the autopilot off, full throttle, pitching back up. Gear's coming up, positive rate. Gear comes up. Flaps are coming up. We'll go 2 notches for now. Flaps are coming up. And so we say Harrison, we're going missed. And so that was all one tiny little mistake I made that would have crashed the plane. So you need to be on your stuff in the instrument conditions. And so that one little mistake of me not watching my heading well enough, it got us off. And you saw we weren't that far off the airport, but that would cost us. Now in real life, this would be known as a non-precision approach. Eventually I want to set up an ILS, which is a precision approach down to 200 feet. Often these are like 600 feet off the deck, so we would have to be able to see the airport at 600 feet, and that's 600 feet at like a mile out. You'd have to see it. So we'll get reestablished here. So I'm just gonna go set this up. Flaps are coming all the way up now. Okay, they're up now. Let's go back to. So I screwed up some of my initial stuff. There's 1,000 feet. Let's go 180. Actually, I want 220. 220 is the reciprocal of that. Set the autopilot up. So, and I've talked about this before, autopilot is all about workload reduction. The whole point of an autopilot is not to fly the plane for you. The autopilot is there to reduce your workload. You are still the pilot. You are still in charge. So, as you can see, we're coming back across the field here. And I'm going to come out. Let's go to right here. Kind of cut in a little bit. I'm trying to get a better approach here. So my descent rate wasn't enough on my autopilot. See, I'm at like 7,000 feet right now. See how slow my descent rate is? I need to overpower it. I can overpower it. So like you really have to have a good cross check. You always have to be paying attention with instruments. And right now, what's causing me problems in my autopilot, my descent rate. Often the descent rate needs to be higher than the climb rate. So I only want about 15 degrees maximum. So descents in game are a little bit slow for me, so I need to increase the descent rate on this autopilot so it descends us a little bit faster. Because like you saw, I was at 5,000 feet. I was trying to go to 1,000. It was just going too slow. I had to pop the autopilot off to try to go down really fast, and then I got distracted and screwed up my heading, which was all it takes to screw you all up. Let's go change my heading here. All right, and I'll let the autopilot take over to go to the last 500 feet. So we're coming over here, and then I'm going to loop back, and we'll do a right turn in. So instrument approach is all about, you have to stay focused. You have to watch your instruments. Now, with an ILS, it will show you at what descent rate you need to be on. So I want to set that system up. Ideally, like, I would love to get good at Lua, and I would put the bars. You have a bar here and a crossbar, and and the crossbar is your descent rate, is your glide slope, and your localizer. So you stay on that. That would precisely keep me on the runway. I'm kind of faking it a little bit with just this bearing system. I'm doing like an ADF approach, which is like super duper old school. And so that is really old tech. And so it's not as precise. And ILS is very precise. And so we want to be doing ILS. Now, one thing we can do, again, the bane of most people's existence in Stormworks is slow down. You're buying yourself time doing this. Now, in real life, if you're going into a busy airport, you are not slowing down randomly because they've got 200 people behind you. You know, you need to keep speed up. But like if you're all by yourself on a really bad weather night as a private pilot, you know, with an instrument rating, you need to slow down. And one thing that gets a lot of pilots killed, you know, we used to call, for example, Bonanzas doctor killers. And we call them doctor killers because you'd have a doctor buy them who has the money to buy that type of airplane, but does not have the experience the professional pilot would be because, you know, their profession is being a doctor. Our profession was flying a plane. And so they would get in a situation where they would not be confident enough. And so there was a doctor crashed somewhere. He had to go to his alternate. The main airport he was going to was, the weather was too bad. So he went to his alternate, and it was a military base. And so he was running out of fuel, and he went in for a non-precision approach, which the lowest he could get down was 600 feet. Well, guess what? On the opposite end of the runway that he was going to was an ILS. You could go down to 200 feet. Well, the clouds were at 400 feet. So if he did the ILS, he would have come in no problem. Some people, you know, in the comments of the video were criticizing ATC for not giving him the, let's go down to 600 feet. They were giving ATC crap for not telling him there was an ILS. Well, guess what? You're the pilot. It's your job to know that. And so it wasn't ATC's fault. It was his fault. Now, as a professional pilot, the first thing I would have done is I want a precision approach. I'm going to my alternate. I want a precision approach. And so I would have looked at their approach plates for a precision approach. Does it have a precision approach? Okay, it does. That's what I want. And a professional, I'm just getting slow here. A professional tells air traffic control what they're doing. If you listen to like ATC, you'll listen to like a private pilot. They'll be like, ATC, can I get a right turn to 180? And they'll go, oh, that's approved. You listen to a professional pilot, what they do is they go, ATC, I need 180. Or ATC, I'm turning right, 180. They don't ask. They tell them what they're going to do, and then if ATC tells them no, guess what they do? ATC, declare an emergency, we're turning right 180. They'll declare the emergency. And the reason is because that professional pilot knows the consequences of what's going to happen and is not afraid to tell ATC, no, that's not what's happening today, dude. This is what's happening today, dude. And that's the difference between a professional and an amateur, is you have that confidence, you have that experience to override the authority figure. And that's something we learned, you know, that you had to do when you were dealing with ATC, is ATC is not out there to hurt you, but they can hurt you because they don't know what's going on in your plane. They don't know how bad things are going. And so you need to have the authority to be able to tell them, nope, this is what's happening. And if they tell you no, you say, declare an emergency, we're landing. You know, and there are a couple good ATC videos on YouTube of like, they made American go around. And American was already getting low on fuel. They just came from Europe. They're lowish on fuel. And as soon as we hit a certain fuel level, we are going to declare emergency. And so Americans like, they're like, ATC, we're declaring emergency. We're landing runway 10. And they're like, oh, okay, I'll vector you around. They're like, nope, we're declaring emergency. We're landing on runway 10 now. Clear the airspace. And what did ATC do? Clear the airspace. And American comes in and lands because they declared emergency. And that's the type of thing you need as a professional. Is you need to be able to take command of the situation, and that's why you don't get a lot of these crashes, because the professional is willing to say, nope, this is what's happening, declare an emergency. And all you do is you sit down, you fill out the paperwork. You fill out, yep, declared emergency. ATC put us in, they made us go around. We didn't have the fuel for this. And so I might not see this airport at 600 feet, so we're going to go lower. We'll go down to 300. Let's hopefully we see it at 300. There it is, right there. Airfield in sight, landing. All right. So you see how quickly, like, this is what a non-precision approach would look like. The lights come on really late in game. So this is what a non-precision instrument approach looks like in real life. I cannot see that mountain, so I'm not going super low. Cat is on me, bugging the hell out of me while I'm trying to do this here. So I got a little bit of mountain below me. I would have to go around again, but we're going to stick it. There we go. Actually, we probably wouldn't need to go around in this one. So that's what an instrument approach looks like. You know, a non-precision. A precision, we'd be going even lower. So that's what it looks like in the fog and in the crap. You know, so this is a pretty basic system, this ADF system I built, but it does what an instrument approach system would do. You know, so it's pretty simple going in there, and you can't see anything the whole way in. You just have to rely on your instruments. And like I said, I would like to get a more... I would like to put an ILS in there. Jan built an ILS. I'd like to build my own. And essentially, that would give me the precise course and the precise glide. And because I have that glide slope information, like a non-precision, you maintain the heading, but then you do those steps, and eventually you level off. Like, we leveled off at 6. I probably would have seen it, but in-game, the green lights don't come on until you're super close to the airport. In real life, you'd be able to see them from a mile out if it was, like, foggy like this. But kind of cool there. So let me go ahead, and I'm going to just quickly toss the brakes on. And I'll, so things are working really well, and this plane's working really well right now. Let me quickly read through. Yep, APU is auxiliary power unit, does all that stuff, talked about that. Yeah, monitor dash is Basilicious's. Wow, I'm way behind now. Everybody started talking when I was on the... Like, I really have to pay attention to those instruments. I don't know about nation flags. I have some of my own branding stuff I might do. Why did my engines die? What the hell? I didn't shut... Oh, I did shut my engines off. Okay, I shut my engines off. That's why they died. Getting distracted. Let's see. Flags would be interesting. A little bit more detailing. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. It's not based off a real plane. It's funny. The reason it's called the Albatross, and one of the reasons I want to build it was the song Albatross. And so I want to do like a cool introduction to the video. I can't monetize it because I'd have to buy the rights to Albatross, which I'm not doing. But, you know, it'd be just a non-monetized video. It'd be kind of cool. And so I wanted to do it with the Albatross. So it's the main reason I built it was I have a bunch of cars, and I wanted to be able to put those cars in the back here. And I really don't have anything that will fit that size. This will now fit that size of car. It's got nice and eerie out here. Let's see what... try to get a picture here. Yeah, so that's why I built it. So it's not based off anything. It's just a 4-engine turboprop with just a 4-engine turboprop that can hold some of my cars and stuff because I want to be able to transport them around for a career build. Oh my God! Like, look at this nose wheel. It looks like the nose wheel is... Yeah, the taxi light is aiming way too high. I need to drop that, I think. Put that on the list of things to do. Drop the taxi. I'll just drop it to the same level the landing lights are. Let's see. Lower taxi to LND. Okay. So, yeah, so it's not based off anything. It's just kind of 4-engine turboprop. Yeah, it'd be nice if you could drive the outer wheels on a dually. There's really no way to do it because you still need to physically connect the pipe connections, and all you're doing is you're putting them next to each other, and then you're just expanding the tire so it covers that. I really wish the devs would... Like, people have been asking for dualies. This is one of my gripes with the way some people are handling it is like, for example, I went on the Steam discussions. Now, let me turn my APU on. APU comes on to produce battery power. And so, like, there was a guy, he asked for this feature. It was a cool feature. And I go, oh, good. Post your official request and I'll star it. And he goes, nah, man, I'm not doing that. You can do it if you want. And I'm like, so you're not even willing to, like, do the one thing that might get the devs to do what you want? And so it's like, a lot of people are just not willing to do that. And so I need to do... I put up quite a few myself, but, you know, who knows if they shadow ban me for doing it or not now, but you know, so it would be nice. A lot of people have been asking for dualies, but again, the devs have told us where they want these things, and they have duplicate requests, and they show you which one they're using. So let's see if I can find it really quick. Here it is right here. Let me see. So I'll show you. So like here, let's type in dually. So if you want something in game, right here, dually wheels, 9 months ago, 11 months, 1. Dually wheels, dually wheels. So this is how you get something done in game. So click on it. And closed duplicate, okay? Go down the bottom, set as duplicate, 4418. Click on that. This is where they want all of your stuff, okay? So this is the dually thing, and this is the only one the devs want because they've closed the duplicates, okay? There are 8 stars. That's it. So how many people in this game do you think want dually wheels? I would say quite a lot. How many people have gone into the place that GeoMeta has told us they want us to go for these bug trackers, who've actually gone to this one page that is where they want us to be, and clicked on this little star that shows that they're interested in dualies? So if you're the dev and you look in here and you say, okay, yeah, some people want dually wheels, but guess what? There's only 8 stars asking for dually wheels. Can't be that much, can't be that important. So all of us should go in here, do it right now. Go in the GeoMeta bug tracker, geometa.co.uk. Here, right here, I'll put it in the thing. You need to log in with your Steam ID to be able to do it, or you can go in through the game. But that's in there. If you go in there and you click on this star, there we go. Now it has 9 stars, okay? If you star that and it has 1,000 stars, the devs go in there, they say, okay, 1,000, you know, this thing is the most requested feature, dually wheels. That is likely how you get them to do it. They may still not do it, but that is how you do it. You know, so this is the one they want it in. And so you go in there and you give it the old updo. That's how you're going to get the things you want. So, you know, I highly recommend you do that. Going on Reddit's going to do nothing. Going on Steam's going to do nothing. The way they want it is here. Whether that's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. That's what they've said is how they want it. Go in here, give that a star. If this thing has 1,000 stars, that's how you get this thing done in game. You know, and I highly recommend you want to not make this an absolute disaster for them. You know, the more you can work within their system, the better, because this is where they want it. And again, whether it's right or wrong, that's what they've said how they want it, you know. And so by doing this and putting it in there, I'm not logged in, so you can't see mine, but that's how they're going to get it. So I highly recommend, if you want dualies, go on the issue tracker, start. You know, that's going to be the best way to do it and actually get what you want. I'm just checking. Yeah, so like I would love a tire pass, like thin tires for like tail draggers, tiny little tires for airplanes. Some more airplane tires would be good. By showing the devs what we want with the stars, that is how you get it. And like I was saying with that example of that dude, he came up with a cool thing. I'm like, yeah, dude, show me the thing. One, he was not willing to do it. And 2, he was not even willing to go on there and press the star. So why would the devs do what you want when you haven't shared what you want where it should be? So that's kind of, you know, bugs me a little bit, is go in there, click on it, find what you want. You know, I did it, and that's the way you're going to get these things done. And don't make a ton of duplicates. All you're doing is making work for the devs. Search, use the search function, dually, search it right there. It comes up with a handful of things. You click on one, okay, it says there's a duplicate. Okay, go to the duplicate, focus your energy there. That's gonna do it. That's how you get to it. You know, you see, it's the most popular one. That's the reason they did it. Look at all these. No stars, 1 star. No stars, no stars, 9 stars. That's it for dually wheels. So if I was the dev and I was saying, what are people interested? Okay, 9 stars. Nobody really wants that. Not going to do it. Where there might be a ton of people. So, you know, you can be the silent majority, but it doesn't matter. You have to be the vocal majority in order to get stuff done. You know, and so go in there, pick the things you want done, and that's how it's going to get done. Yeah, autopilot series. Yeah, I've been thinking that we'll do that, I think, at some point. Yeah, you know, more dualies would be nice. You can use my dualies, all right. Like, I run When I'm doing dualies, I'll run 2 screws and I will power the front. So you'll end up with 6 wheels powered, and that's usually enough. Yep. Things like having power connections on both sides would fix that. I think they could easily do that. Like put a central hub on a wheel, make the wheel, even if it's invisible, you know, make it so that it's invisible. So, you know, they already have, for example, we can do in-game, let's recall this plane really quick here. This plane's running really well. Let me pull it. Come on. I'll save this really quick and I'll show you something. So like, for example, we have the, try to get this saved up here. So like when we do the props, we have, where are you at there? So rotor light to do counter-rotating props. So you could do it like this for the wheels, where you have, this is your wheel, right? And then what they should do is they should put an invisible pipe connection right here. All right, so the wheel, if we look, let's grab a wheel. All right, here's a wheel. And what they should do is put an invisible pipe connection right here in the hub. All right. Actually, no, they don't need it powered. It doesn't need to be powered. All it needs to be is connected. So what they should be able to do is put the ability to take this wheel, right? So you have a wheel. It has a hub. And then what you should be able to do is take another wheel without a hub. And so it would go like this, essentially. So where are we at here? I kind of make it. So this is what I think how the devs should do this is... Oh, come on, get out of there, you devil. Go right there. Let's go right there, I think, is where it'd have to be. And so what they should do is they should give us a naked wheel. And the naked wheel is essentially... One more in. They should give us a naked wheel. Oh, I had it right the first time, I guess. There. So they should give us a naked wheel like this. And it has no hub. Hubless wheel, okay? And what that would allow us to do is allow us to connect the wheel onto the hub of this wheel. That's how it's done in real life. You bolt the hubs together, right? And so what you would do is you have a powered wheel. A powered wheel has a hub. And then you have another wheel that has no hub, but you can control to here. And when you do that, you can make an invisible pipe connection between them. And what that would do is this wheel would turn with this wheel. And that would make dualies. So now you have a 2-stack powered by this one hub. That's how I think the devs should do it. Give us a separate set of wheels that have no hub. And then what that would also allow us to do is, for example, when I do my planes, like here, Antonov 2. So here's Antonov 2. When I'm doing this wheel here, I have to do this ugly, miserable hub out here, right? I hate that hub. Well, guess what we could do? If we had a pipe connection going through the wheel, we could then, an invisible one. I hate this pipe look. Give us an invisible pipe connection. We could pipe right through the wheel. And then we could do things like tail draggers without this hub on our planes and stuff. So I would like to see, and the devs could do this really simply. Give us a pipe connection through the regular wheels we already have, like these. And then give us the ability to just add on a naked wheel. Pretty simple. I think that would work. So instead of complaining about it, you know, I already have clicked on that dually topic. I would say go click on that. But that, I think, is an easy way for them to do it. That'd be fun and easy. So I would like that. I was catching up with chat. There's a lot of chat here. I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, it's tough. You know, I think that's a good pass. People have been asking for wheels, but again, are they asking for wheels in the right place? I'm not necessarily not doing it either. I don't always ask in the right place for it either. Yeah, I think thin walls, that was something that, again, you know, but we all need to go to the right place and ask for it. That would be nice to do. Yeah, it's tough to get up in that. So one thing I've been doing lately is, you know, YouTube tells me it doesn't do much, but like tags help you get seen in videos. It tells you what people are searching for. Like I have a research tab I can go into, and it will tell me what people are looking for. So I type in Stormworks, it will give me like the top, you know, 30 searches people are looking for, and I could put them in as tags to try to get it in there. But, you know, it's kind of dominated by a couple players. Yep, did it go around there? Yeah, a lot of the XML stuff, I don't care if it's cheaty. I don't like a lot of the look. Like some people do. Like there are certain things like looks. Let's look at the workshop. There are just certain, like, everybody has their own aesthetic preferences. And, you know, it's like, you know, like this last challenge, there were certain things that were just like, I don't like some of the XML aesthetic. And so it's like some, you know, like I'm glad that there was one build that looked really great that is getting a lot of the community voting for the build challenge. So like this one here, I really like this one. This one actually tied for second with three other competitors. God damn it, cat just stepped on the power cord. Dude, go away for a little bit. Cat just tripped the power cord, but luckily the PC didn't go off. You know, like this looks great, but I don't like a lot of the XML stuff personally. Personally, I think, you know, like this, I'm not huge on that, and I think it looks great. It's great work. It's just like I really, clipping makes my brain go like, ugh. Like I don't like anything clipping, so like a little bit of clipping through the tires, that's just not my style. I don't care for that. Like if you look at like some of these, like there are some great ships out there that have really sawtoothy edges. I do not like a sawtoothy, like Jan. Some of Jan stuff, Jan makes some incredible planes, but personally, I'm not a huge fan of the sawtoothy aesthetic. That's not really my favorite. I'm trying to see if I can find a Jan plane. I had one subscribed. I can't search for Jan because it doesn't look it up correctly in game. You know, so I'm trying to find like some of that sawtooth aesthetic that I'm not huge on. Like this plane, this is a little bit less. This is a little bit smoother. This is more my style for like the 1950s stuff. Like it's not as, it doesn't have any clipping in the tires, like stuff like that. I'm not a huge fan of clipping. So like you say, that covers it. There's no clipping. That's a little bit more the aesthetic. Like this is a little bit cleaner to me. The fins don't look as jagged, you know, so that's a little bit more clean to me. So like that's the kind of XML I like. I like subtle XML. Like sometimes you'll get some of the XML, it will flash at you and like you can see the color difference, and that's just kind of bugs me. So I'm not super huge on that personally as an aesthetic. I'm trying to find some sawtoothy boats. Like all I see is sawtoothy. Oh, there was one. Okay. Go back one. Cat, get off my PC. He's like shut my PC off as I'm trying to stream. Like this. Like I'm not a huge fan of this aesthetic. It's a cool way to get the sculpting in there, but like I don't like it, you know, and that doesn't I don't find that attractive, so I don't do it. You know, I tend to do a little bit flatter, and I will not try to get my planes as round because, you know, I don't want that sawtooth aesthetic. Like here's one of Jan's. Like Jan does a fantastic job on this. Like see how it's all like here, back in the tail you can see it. Like it's just not an aesthetic that I care for all that much. I would rather personally make a bland, boring looking tail because it grabs my eye too much. And I don't like it. Like, see here how this does that? Like, of course, now the devs should give us more parts so we don't have to do this. But like, see here, this is like, looks jagged to me. I don't like doing that personally. Personally, that's not my preference. You know, and so some of that XML stuff, like XML windows that flash, XML windows that stick through, like Jan likes to XML edit the control surfaces. And sometimes it looks good, sometimes it kind of catches my eye and I find it distracting. So a lot of that XML stuff is personal preference, and I think what I would like to see is the devs just add more parts so we don't have to go do XMLing. Like you don't have to do anything, but it's you know, I find it distracting sometimes, that XML. So I wish they would kind of add more parts so we don't have to do as much of it. You know, that would be kind of nice. You know, I do enjoy it. I think it is a cool part of the game. It does add like an extra level to the game. Like here, I don't have any XML. Like here, I XML'd this. So like right here, this is XML'd. These right here XML'd, and this is kind of a cool thing to do is there's no collision here, so these won't hit because this is literally nothing there. This block looks like it's there, it's just visual. This is just visual, and so stuff like that. So I think XML is a great thing. People are like, oh, XML should be banned. It's like, dude, get out of here. It's like, let people play the game how they want, don't gatekeep, you know. But I think a good balance is give us more parts. Like you see how often people are XML editing Windows, and to a certain extent, if people are XMLing Windows and it's working, why would the devs put in new Windows? Because you could just XML in Windows. And so they have to consider their dev time. If they have 10 hours of dev time today to put into Stormworks, do they say, okay, I'm going to sit down and make a window piece that people have been wanting, but people have been XMLing it, so people could just learn how to XML it. So I wonder if that comes into play, but I would love to see them put in more parts so we don't have to XML it. Yeah, it's like sometimes, XML's some of it, like I like XML. I like XML for functional reasons, to like that to make this work so that it looks connected, but I don't want, I'd rather not have to do it. And so it's like if they put a 1x2 actuator that moved this pipe in one, beautiful. I would love that part. I'd get rid of all that XML. But I just like to see them do some more parts. There's a lot of issues with XML too. For example, like there was a plane that had a lot of XML windows, and then they get to that point where the windows are shiny and you can't see out of them, and they're very foggy. And to that point, I would rather have a canopy that looks more like this with a lot of bezels than to struggle to see through it. That's my personal preference. Yeah, once you get good at XML, you can kind of quickly do it. Like, I don't use it enough to be super good at it, so it's practice like anything else. You get practice at, there are some people who can like put out XML stuff super fast and clean, and they know what numbers they need right off the top of their head, so they put the pieces in and do it. But you can do some cool things with XML, cutting down collisions and stuff like that. So it's definitely helpful, and again, it's another skill to learn. The people who think that, oh, shouldn't be able to do XML. They should, block you from doing XML. It's like, get out of here with that noise, man. Don't gatekeep. It's a building game. It's part of the building. But adding more points allows us to choose if we want to do it or not. You know. As long as you have good cooling flows, it's not that bad. Like, for example, okay, good 10 stars there. This keeps scrolling me way down, so I lose part of it. So if I miss your comment, sorry about that. But it's like it just zoomed me down the bottom. There's like 1,000 comments, so I'm trying to catch up, guys. Yeah, if you're having cooling problems, check your flow rates. Like I showed, I ran that big man car all the way across the continent. It hit 90. I think what I set it to 115 degrees. It hits 115 degrees, holds 115 the whole time. And that's a 3-cylinder running at 25 RPS with a radiator. Not even an electric radiator. That's the old school radiator. So it's you just need flow rate. If you get good flow rate, you're gonna have cooling. If you don't have any flow rate, or low flow rate, you have no cooling. So it's like you might as well not even put it in there. Like you can do air cooling and run most systems. Yeah, you shouldn't need it on a radiator really. Like some tight builds, but like for example, I did this big man car. This I'm really thrilled with the way Big Man did it. It is such a tight amount of space, and so like you look at my engine bay, and it was like I put my pulley backwards because it was so tough to see in here. I couldn't spot it. Everybody else spotted it before I did, and it's like so this cooling system here, it's just it's one of the modular engine cooling pumps going through a cooling manifold up through a stock old school radiator, not even electric or powered, comes back through, bingo. This thing runs perfectly at 25 RPS sustained all the way across the map, and it never overheats. And that's on the arid biome where it's the hottest. You know, so as long as your flow rates are good, you shouldn't have too much problem cooling. And then with ships, if you keep it under 100 degrees, you get no scaling. Just do raw water cooling if you're having problems. So I don't think you should be needing to really change the performance unless you're making some really obscene stuff. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, Connor. Yep. I want to play you guys a video of somebody. Let me see if there's a GIF. I might be able to get away with running a GIF because it can just shut the stream down if you have something. It could shut the stream down if I play somebody else's YouTube, which, you know, trying to see if there's a GIF. See if I can get a GIF of ILS landing. I'll try to see if I can find one here. I'll keep going with chat here, but appreciate that. Yeah, it's I miss it. You know, I want to get back into flying. Oh, I'm glad, Stone Wolf Dark, that you found that microcontroller helpful. You know, I use my experience as, you know, as a professional driver to try to get in there and make it run properly. That was one thing is, you know, I think Jersey tutorials are great, but I don't think he's an operator. So it's like as an operator, I try to make my stuff work how it would work in real life. And like the auto clutch, there are simpler, easier ways people always talk about with the auto clutching like functions. Mine works the way you would work a clutch in real life as a driver. And so mine's a little more complicated. You have to tune it. A lot of people miss that tuning step and they go, it stalls all the time. This is crap. It's like, dude, did you miss the part of the video that said you have to tune it? If it stalls, change this number. And a lot of people, they don't want to do that. They want to plug it in and just have it work and move on with the day. And that's fine if that's the style you want. But that's not who I'm building for. I'm building for the people who would like to learn a little bit how it works and would like to tune it in perfectly for their car. Because everyone's going to need its own tuning. Just checking through chat. $60 RPS. Ugh, that's very high. Yeah, 60 RPS is nuts. I'd say 30 max with a modular. 60 is gonna burn up. You're gonna burn a ton of fuel too. Like you saw that big man car goes 143 miles an hour across the arid biome all the way to the other side. Burned. I think it has what, 2 small diesel tanks. It burned like maybe half of its fuel, and it never got hot. And that's running at 25. That's a three-cylinder engine doing 143 miles an hour in a tight, compact thing. So even if I had more space, I could have upped the engine, and that would have made it run even cooler. You know, it's 60 nuts, and plus I can't stand the sound at 60. It's just like just screaming in my ear. Yeah, exactly. You know, like my race car, I have going up to 25 just to give you a little extra boot, and it actually it's set to 25. It goes to 23. You know, so going crazy on the RPS, it means your gearing's not correct. I'm just catching up on chat. I'm a 18-speed transmission. Yep, I made an 18 as well. Yeah, so you can do that fluid forced air cooling system, you know, and that's an easy, compact way of doing it. I like doing that as well. Nice. Yeah, so, you know, if everybody went in there and voted for the things they wanted in there, you know, there's so many, every time we get the grouchies in the weekly update thread, and they're grouching about this and that, and it's like, you know, and you ask them, you know, I kind of do it as a little sly thing. I'll be like, oh, go ahead and post your suggestion, and I'll start. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, did you post what you're complaining about to the bug tracker? And they go, oh no, I didn't know there's a bug tracker. Oh, okay. If you go in there and you put in the feature request what you want, and they go, oh, that's too much work. I'm not doing that. You know, so they're like, okay, you took all the time to come in here and complain, but you didn't take the time to ask for the thing that you wanted, which is the way to get the thing that you wanted. So it's like, you know, if you actually want it, dude, do it the right way. You know, they still could ignore us, but that's the best chance we've got, you know? Yeah, I think so. A lot of it, like, you know, we used to play the workbench. There was like six of us. Some of it, some people were in Europe, some people were in West Coast US, some people were in East Coast US, and we had a little lag here and there, but it wasn't bad. We were all playing fine, but you know, we had good internet connections, we had reasonable PCs that meet the minimum specs, you know. Yeah, dualies would be really nice. I'd like to see some more wheel options just in general. I think that's something that could really go in there and work on. Pretty low-hanging fruit. Yeah, woodworking would be neat. Yeah, like they have quads on farm tractors, you know. You have some construction applications, they'll go triples, you know. And it does, you know, and that's the thing is they shouldn't be gatekeeping on, you know, like I personally like a more realistic gameplay. So like, you know, but I don't think they should be gatekeeping on, for example, somebody wants to make an airship with a wheel glitch that allows it to float or does the negative fuel rocket. Absolutely, that's awesome. You know, I love some of those builds. It's not my personal style, but I love to see a flying galleon. You know, that stuff's awesome, man. You know, people are able to build boats that actually float the way they want to because they can do these things. So it's like, you know, that's the great part with XML is, oh, my boat I would have to make look really unrealistic, and I'm a realistic builder in it, and I can quickly just edit this one thing and have it work properly. And so I think that's awesome with XML. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, talking about Grafton's talking about how your outer wheels, they don't get powered. They work for holding the load, but you can't power them. So I think that's a reasonable solution. Was my idea was, you know, you put a invisible pipe through the axle and then have a dummy wheel, and all it does is snap on and turn with it, you know, and that would give you the extra grip, and you turn both wheels. Yep, I think they should always add options. So they have an option on there to shut off oil spills, but it's not shutting off if you make an oil spill. And so I think that needs to encompass that there. So when you do no oil spills, it should mean that no oil spills. And I think they should do an oil spill cleanup. There's, you know, this is something that I think the devs have a real problem with is, you know, they can really cover their ass better and be like, hey, we came up with this new oil spill function, and it's easy for you to turn it on or off. And if you get too many oil spills, you can press the cleanup all button and it'll clean up all. You know, and that way when people are like, "Oh my God, I spilled like a gallon of diesel in the ocean. It covers the whole ocean now," which literally I have literally not had one oil spill since, and I would like one so I can, you know, use the content. But I've not had one yet because I don't drive like a maniac, but or fly like a maniac. But the by having it a cleanup all, I don't know why they don't foresee these problems. You know, they should be like, okay, the oil's going to extend all over. People are going to crash into all this crap. You know, you have people who are just going to they do disintegrating planes that are going to spill oil all over the place, which is all fine. That's people enjoying the game, playing and having fun. Guess what? We're going to do a cleanup all button so that they can shut off the oil when they're done with their little play session. And if it gets out of hand, you can do cleanup all, and you should be able to, you know, we should have a spawn oil mission, so it spawns it when somebody wants it. Like, I have yet to get an oil mission. I would love to get a leaking pipe that I have to go down and I want to do a diving bell. So I need to take a barge. I need to build a barge with a crane and a diving bell to go out there and to repair a pipe, and then I want to take a barge with a cleanup and go clean up some oil. That's what I've been wanting to do since that came out. And so I should be able to select that mission, be like, give me one of these missions, man. You know. And so some of that low-hanging fruit I think the devs could do, which would improve quite a bit. Yeah, it is kind of cool though. I like some of that emergent gameplay. Like for example, you crash something, I have a wrecker, and then you go do that, or you have a you sync one of your boats and you go out there. Like I did that in the last career build series. I sunk. It was Katie did, I think. I think Katie did crashed, and I was close to base. So what did I do? I spawned in a barge with Brigeau, and I built a crane on the barge, lifted up Katie did on top of the barge, let it dry out, and then I flew Katie did off. You know, and that's kind of emerging gameplay can be fun sometimes. Yeah. He's being a pain. It's not his time yet. I got like 4 hours of sleep, woke up at 8, went down, gave him food, then went back to bed. And then he felt like he needed to eat again. When I got up, I was like, no, dude, it's not time. So he'll eat like at 5 or 6, and then he wants to eat again before I go to bed. But he's just being obnoxious. He's like, he was climbing over, wanted to lay on my keyboard. Then he likes to sit on top of the PC because it's hot. It blows hot air on him. And then he stepped on the power button and everything went dark for like a flash. But luckily he got it off quick enough that it didn't shut the PC down. Because I would have been annoyed if he did that. Luckily, you see how often I save. I back up my vehicle folder every day, so it's like it's not a huge deal, but you know it's a lot of work to lose if. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like that was the thing that it's like, you know, I'll bring up Citrus's build. Like I feel bad about like ragging on that stuff, but it's like, you know, sometimes that's the thing that you kind of have to make the compromise, and it's very much personal choice. Like again, if you look right now at the Discord, we're doing the build voting. Like right now there's a clear winner, you know, on the community favorite so far. They have 11 votes. The next highest is 4. You know, and I'm thrilled because, you know, for me, handling is very important. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of a ton of XML editing. And so when people are like, "Oh, this one's going to win right off the bat," it's like, don't be so sure. You know, um, points, right? You know, if you like handling was one of the characteristics, what handling was one of the criteria. So if your handling isn't very good, you're going to lose a lot of points. And so aesthetics was worth as many points as handling. So if your build, let's say I'm not talking about this build, but let's say a build has an absolute 10 on aesthetics, perfect, looks beautiful, best thing I've ever seen in my life, and it handles terribly, and it gets a 1. You just got a 5 in aesthetics, and you got a 5 in handling on average. Now let's say somebody got an aesthetics that's a 7, but their handling's also a 7, right? They just averaged a 7. They just beat you. And so that's one thing people need to understand on the points is if you have a beautiful build that handles really well and your workshop page is non-existent, guess what? Your average just got dragged down. If you want to win points on the community challenges, you need to look at each category and score high in each category. For example, everybody got a 10 in Spirit of the Challenge. You know, if your build didn't handle great, you lost some points on that. You didn't lose a ton, but you lost some points on that. If it really handled bad, you lost a bunch of points on that. If your workshop page was barely existent, you lost a lot of points on that. And so you could have been done pretty well if you like maybe fix your workshop page or just made it handle a little bit better. You know, and so these are the types of things that can plague you. You know, like this is what what Citrus was talking about. Like that's tough. You know, what should the devs do? The devs should give us 1x2 windows. I talked about this the other day. Here's a 1x2 wedge. That's a 1x2 wedge. So essentially what Citrus is doing here with this XML is giving himself a 1x2 wedge. But the problem with XML, for those who don't know, is when you build an XML block, okay, I want to stretch this block to do 2. You can't do this. You can't stretch that like that. You can't do it. And the reason is this. When you stretch the value, it goes 50% on top and it goes 50% on the bottom. So when he was stretching this window, he couldn't just put a 2 in there because what a 2 will do is it will give a block on the bottom and it'll give a block on the top, which makes it, you know, essentially 50-50. And so you have to go 3 to stretch it out 3. Well, now it's 3 and it shows. And so, you know, personally, something like this, clipping something that just, it catches my eye, it distracts me. And so I'm a little bit harsh on clipping because that, to me, is something that's, you know, it's something that it distracts me a little bit. So I like see it flashing. Like you'll see some builds where they have a door and it opens up into the wall and it like clips in the wall. Can't do it, man. That just bugs me. You know, can't do it. You know, so like I love this build. This build was great. I really enjoyed it. But like, what is the answer to this problem? Very simple. Devs. It's a dev problem. The devs need to come in here, and so many people in this game use a 1x2 wedge. And this is that low-hanging fruit I talk about, is the devs should be looking at what are people doing a ton of. They're XMLing windows, and they want this shape. They want a 1x2, whatever that degree is. That's what they want. And so they want this degree in window. Let's give it to them. And okay, in order to do that, we're going to need to build those side window pieces that will fit this. And that way, Citrus wouldn't have had to XML this. It would have had a piece that fit perfectly. Like Citrus and I forget who else helped me on the mini truck. But like the mini truck, I used the same thing. This was, I end up, somebody helped me with these. I end up making it myself with my own numbers. But Citrus helped with, what do you do? This one and this one. And then they just gave me the numbers on those, so I don't have to look them up. And then this one. This is 3, 1, 2, 3. And because this is 3, you can stretch it. There's no clipping. If I had a 2 window on this, I would have gone with standard pieces because I can't, personally, I don't like the clipping and the flashing of the XML blocks. So it's that sort of stuff that it's a lot of personal preference. But again, I think the answer is the devs. And then the other thing is, this is no longer a 1x2, this window angle. It's a 1x3 window angle. It's a 1x3 wedge. So the devs could go through and give us a bunch of window pieces, and I think it would be a huge crowd pleaser. And I think it's easy. And if they, dude, imagine if the devs did this for a little while, right? Okay, this is announcement week. Next week, we're going to give out parts. What are we giving out parts? Hey, we redid every window, and we redid them to 1x2 standard. Bingo. I think people would be thrilled. Okay. This is build week. What do we do this week? Okay, we added some window pieces, 1x3s. Yay. Those are probably the most used window pieces. And people would be thrilled. And then they're like, okay, people have been asking for a 1x3 wedge for a while. That's an easy XML, but you added 1x3 windows, and we also added 1x3 wedges. We added the ability to stick naked tires on the outside of tires, so now you can have functional dualies. These would all be such crowd pleasers, and I think the devs would get so much positive feedback for that. I wish they would do it. I think that's something that would really help them in their PR department. The cat is literally sitting up on my shoulders now. He's very lonesome for some reason. Up, dude, sit still. He like fell off and grabbed me on the way down. I'll try to find a picture of him to interlace. I have an over. Let me just read some stuff here. I'm just finishing up chat here. I'm probably going to go take a break. Yeah, like you're talking about, people crashing and then they have oil everywhere. I think, listen, I think one of the big things when you make a mistake, or make a mistake or an error, or you didn't make something perfect, it is very helpful from a PR standpoint to come out and acknowledge it. Even if it takes you 100 years to fix it, if you acknowledge a problem, it is very helpful. And this is something I don't think the devs do a great job with. And so there's a couple cover their ass things they could do. One, have enroll in Steam betas. So what that allows you to do is roll back to earlier versions of the game. And so you would have some people who are sick of this oil stuff that would roll back. Sure. And that tells you as the dev, hey, a lot of people are rolling back. A lot of people are upset with this oil. And what they should do is say, hey, we're going to release this next version. Instead of live, what they should have done is they should have released the oil update as a Steam beta. Hey, this is the opt-in beta. We're keeping the game on version 1.8. What are we at? 5 right now. So let's say they kept it on 1.8.4. And we're going to introduce the oil spill major update on 1.8.6. Go ahead and enable Steam betas and select 1.8.6 if you'd like to play with the oil spills. Then they're going to get a flood of things. What do people want? People are sick of, I crashed my plane and now oil is everywhere. Games crawl to a halt. It's unplayable. I don't want oil. Not interested. Okay. So what do they say? Okay. A lot of people don't want oil. They don't care about oil. They only care about sinking Titanics 900 times with a Kraken. Okay, that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a checkbox for oil. Okay, so that's going to be when we go live, that's going to be on there. Okay, a lot of people are having problems where the oil goes everywhere. So our spread value we put in there, it's spreading too far. So we're going to put a limitation that oil can only spread 10 kilometers. Okay, put that in the code. Max spread 10 kilometers. After X number of ticks, the oil will start to dissipate automatically. Oil dissipates at a rate of X, after a while. Okay, good. The oil will automatically dissipate after a while. We put in a code. Okay, If there is X number of square kilometers of oil, that is max. No more oil can spawn. These are all things they could put in the code, and by putting it on a beta that you have to opt in, if you complain about it, they say, hey, dude, you opted into the beta. Go back to regular mode if you don't want to use this. This is testing phase, dude. And then after they get some feedback, they need to listen to the feedback and say, okay, we need a hard off option. If you don't want any oil spills, it completely 100% disables oil spills. Okay, good. We need to put in our limitations, like I just said. And then they say, okay, thank you for all the feedback. Again, be positive with it. Thank you for all the feedback. We appreciate everybody's words of encouragement, and we appreciate all your ideas. We've implemented some of them into this. We're going to live build 1.8.6 is now live. If you do not want to run this, you can go select beta 1.8.5, and everyone else, or 5, and everybody else can go to 6 automatically. That way, it really helps the devs to be like, and then when somebody complains, this oil stuff sucks, hey, go back to 1.8.5. Select betas, go back to 1.8.5 if you're not happy with it. And then they could have implemented some of those things. And when people complain, that's a great thing of having a test branch or a beta branch is it makes it so that, hey, man, you selected yourself to come in and test this oil. If you're not enjoying it, go back to the regular branch, which has no oil. Okay, now it's live. Okay, you don't like the oil? Go back to the test branch. Go back to the old branch, which is 1.8.5, that has no oil. And we'll continue to work out some bugs. That's a great way for them to do PR, and unfortunately, they don't do it that much. Chat froze on you? Could have. I run heavy equipment for my job, so I love your tutorials. They explain stuff. Oh, good, good. What kind of equipment are you running, Stone? Yeah, the tracker is so easy. It has a search function. It shows you what they've closed. They put exactly where all the builds are going for that. It's super easy. And a lot of the people who are complaining are not bothering to go to the right place, and then they think their vote is valid. It's like people who don't vote in an election and then want to complain about the politician that's in office. It's like, dude, did you go vote? Well, no. Then why are you complaining? You had an opportunity. You had one chance to go and influence things, and you didn't do it. And that's kind of my whole thought process on this is like, if I complain in here about these windows and these wheels, guess what I'm going to go? I'm going to go in that dually thing. I'm going to add, hey, it would be really cool if you put a dead wheel that we can just slap on the side and we'll turn with the interior wheel. Take a couple screenshots of what I think it should look like. If the devs ignore me, fine. But guess what? I did my part. Instead of being just a complainer, I did some constructive criticism, and they can either choose to do it or not. And guess what? I don't have a lot of power. I don't have a huge audience comparatively to like a Komodo or something, but I could make a video and show, hey, we should do this, and I'm going to attach the link to the video to the dually post. Everybody who's interested in dualies, make sure you go star this, so I could do my part as well of funneling people where, I'd like them to go as well. I'm just reading some more chat here. Dingling boat, yeah, dingling that pumps oil out in the sea. Oh, that's neat. The Pat shiploader. I hope you enjoy that. Nice. That's good, Citrus. Yeah, Sooty. He's sitting on my lap now. He's finally settled down. He's just getting some snuggles. I don't know. He's been rambunctious lately. He's having like summertime wackies. He's been eating a lot of food lately, but he doesn't get fat. He's like very lusty now. He's biting me. But he's been eating a lot of food lately, so I'm trying not to overfeed him, but he's like constantly bugging me for food now. He used to, yeah. Let me see. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. If I go back to flying and I do like some flying content, I might do something, I might do it at that point, but it would have to be then, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know is kind of the answer, for a face reveal. Nope. I clicked on something in chat. Yeah. The sound like your old teacher with a politics reference. But that's the thing. It's like, complaining's a dime a dozen. It really is. It's like I've stopped going into the weekly update complaint fest. We'll go into it really quick. I won't call out individuals. I'll call out themes. I think somebody is going in their review bombing some of my things I post to the workshop. Probably from doing that sort of stuff. But let me see, where the hell? I'll go to here. Stop scrolling, you scumbag. It's my new mouse. Why are you scrolling? Okay. All right. I don't know why this is auto-scrolling. All right, stand by. I'll do it a different way. I'll get the link off of the Steam page. Gonna be difficult, aren't you there, Steam? Hopefully it's not my new mouse. All right, so here we are with the weekly update. All right, so we'll go into the den of scum and villainy here. This is such a negative place. I try. Negativity is just like, it's so miserable after a while, and it's like, it's just miserable to watch. But it's like, you get some old tired stuff. When is the next major update coming? That's a reasonable, valid question. Somebody put a clown there. What a goof. But one just came out, so it's likely months away. If probably be end of the year, I'd say. So a lot of things that have nothing to do with what's going on there. Oh, positive comment from 454. Some positivity in here because because they've talking about fixing some things that shade, a little bit of shade, that's fine. Not too bad here. Phil, I've been starting to credit, I don't want to step on Phil's toes, but in my weekly update video, I will show you where they are. Again, I'm showing you who posted the screenshot. I'm not saying that's who built the build. And if there is going to be a workshop link, I'll put it in my videos. Not too much negativity in here so much, but it kind of comes in waves. But you'll get your standard like refrains of fix multiplayer. Okay, that's not helpful. Fix multiplayer. Well, what is wrong with multiplayer? Again, legitimate question. What is wrong with multiplayer? Oh, you have a bad internet connection? Oh, are you trying to play on a public server with 28,000 people who are all spawning Titanics and who are crashing boats into the surface to try to essentially DDoS the server? Okay, well, so what is your problem? Have you been to the bug tracker? No, you haven't. Okay, so you're complaining you haven't been to the bug tracker? Okay, so, is that a valid, useful criticism? No, and that's why the devs most likely don't read this. For their mental health, they shouldn't be reading this. A little bit of shade, but good. People are happy. So this seems like people are reasonably happy. Okay, dude, credit the F-word aircraft you use before you get sued because, yes, you can get sued. No, you cannot. All right? This is the type of thing that gets me all fired up. All right, let's look here. Vehicle showcase. Right here. Images, messages only. Images may be used in an announcement. When you post to this, you are giving them permission to share the image. That's it. It says right here, images may be used in announcements. So you're going to go in front of court, right? Now, what are you going to say in court? Check the screen. Am I on the right screen, guys? Okay, yeah, it's just delayed. I had to check OBS. You can't get sued here. First of all, you have to go to small claims court. Small claims court, you have to pay for a lawyer. You have to go to court. You have to miss a day at work. You go to court, you can go up to $5,000. Is your vehicle worth $5,000 in game? No, it is not. What is a judge who has no clue anything about games gonna credit you for a build you built? Let's say we have let's say I have a build that's 1,000 hours. Okay, am I gonna get my fair market rate for if I went to work for that build? No, I am not. It's my hobby. You're gonna get nothing for it. They might say $10. Okay, so $10. So you're gonna go to small claims court. The lawyer's not going to go with you because they want a third of what you get in small claims court. Are they going to go for $3.33? No, they are not. They're not coming. So you're going to have to go defend it there yourself. All right. The court is going to laugh you out of court for that. It's not going to happen. Now, like I said, they already covered their ass. Right here in the very top, it says exactly, images may be used in announcements. Again, this is a positive thing the devs are doing. They are taking work by the community and they are showcasing it to the rest of the community. That's it. They're saying, hey, look at the cool stuff our community is building. That's all they're doing with these pictures. All right. And they, and then again, swearing about it. You cannot, clown is right. You can't get sued for that. And guess who owns your build when you put it in the workshop? You don't own your build when you put it in the workshop. Guess who owns your build when you put it in the workshop? GeoMeta. The same thing happened with Farming Sim. If you post something from Farming Sim publicly, because it was made in the Giants editor, which was the editor that Farming Sim used, the editor Farming Sim used is owned by Farming Sim. I forget who makes Farming Sim. It's owned by that developer. Guess who owns Stormworks? The developer. And so when you build something made by the developer, they own your build. They own all our builds on our personal PCs. Now, they're not going to take them. They're not going to steal them off our PCs. But when we post them to the workshop, guess who legally owns our builds? GeoMeta. So this type of comment just doesn't understand. There's a reason why that end user, the end user, what is it? EU end user something agreement. License agreement, end user license agreement. The end user license agreement is 10 pages because it has legalese in there that if you make something in the Stormworks, it is owned by the devs. And they do that for this very reason. It's a preemptive thing. It's boilerplate. When you make something in Stormworks and you put it on the workshop, the devs own it, period. And so, yes, are they going to say this is our build? No. But do they legally own it? Yes. Why do they legally own it? For this very reason. Again, right here. Can't get sued for using an image of their own game. Cannot. Not happening. So it's like when you get people who are like always, would it be cool if the devs credit it? Yes, but they've explained why they don't. Is they don't want to, I could download Citrus's truck. I could then post a cool picture of Citrus's truck, which I did this week when I put out my videos, right? I posted everybody's builds. And I could post that picture to the main page, and it could get put on this announcement. Well, guess what? I don't own any of those builds. I didn't build any of those builds. So if the devs said all these builds are by Captain Cockroach, people can be like, no, that's my build. He didn't build them, right? So the devs don't do it. Phil credits it, and he credits who put the screenshot up there. And when I credit it in my videos now, I say who put the screenshot up there. You could download Citrus's truck, and you could post a cool picture of you doing something with Citrus's truck, and you could say, oh, this was a cool picture I did, and you put it on there. He's not saying he owns Citrus's truck or made Citrus's truck. He's just saying, look, I use this truck, and this is something cool I did in game. That's why the devs don't credit it. So it's just like some of these people, need to go touch grass. But so there's actually a reasonable amount of positivity in here. But again, we're getting some of the standard nonsense. Say like here, but they didn't steal anything. So we have some people in here who know what they're talking about. Exactly. I was featured like 2 weeks in a row and then a couple weeks off. Then I got another one in here. I was thrilled. I was like, oh, this is cool. It's cool to have my build in the weekly thing. That's what you should be seeing this as. Oh, somebody thought my build was cool. The developer of the game that I love thought that my build was cool enough that they put it in their weekly newsletter. That's how people should be reading this instead of this big negativity. Thanks, Rasmus. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll send you a message if I get into that. We'll try to organize it a little bit, and maybe we'll do some like a live stream with it sometimes. Thanks, good. Appreciate you for stopping by. So it's like that little stuff is like, what are you guys even doing, man? Yeah, like here's this dude again. They're literally taking images and craft from people who made them and not crediting them. Again, they don't need to credit them. They say right there, they could be used in the announcements. You are giving up your rights to complain, essentially, because there's a disclaimer on that says images may be used. Guess what? You don't want your image used? Don't post it in there. That's exactly what it is. It's like, for example, I walk out into public and somebody takes a picture of me. Well, guess what? They don't have to pay me for that picture of me. I went out into public, and guess what? In public, you can take pictures of things, including people in public. And you don't have to credit them. You don't have to send money. Like if I took a picture of, for example, a guy, somebody takes a picture of the Leaning Tower of Pisa and he sells it to a newspaper and he gets $200 for his picture of the Leaning Tower of Pisa and there's 100 people in there. Those people can't sue him. Like they might, need, certain countries might need face blurred, but that's not how it works. And these people are just like, whatever, dude. But actually, this is reasonably positive. But there is a lot of negativity that comes in here. I haven't seen some of this. Here, I was waiting for that one. Fix multiplayer, please. Okay, what do you mean? What exactly? What do you want fixed in multiplayer? Where's your feature request? Where's your bug thing? So it's stuff like this that it devolves into crap, and that's why I'm trying to stay out of here. You can see how it lights me up. It's just like see some positivity. This is a more positive one. So luckily, the devs kind of see they're going in the right direction, but like again, same old thing. Okay, did this person go in there? Did they support a bug tracker? I don't know. If they want that new engine sounds, support a bug tracker. I agree. We should have more engine sounds. Personally, this is what I would do. You put a property menu on each of the engine crankshafts. Oh, it's the piston that makes noise. On the piston. Okay. You have 10 engine sounds. You have one that sounds like a weed whacker. You have one that sounds like a gasoline car. You have one that sounds like a diesel car. You have one that sounds like a diesel truck. You have one that sounds like a big marine diesel. Maybe make the big ones so that they're locked behind the 3s and the 5s. You have one that sounds more like an aircraft engine. You have one that sounds like a V8. You have one that sounds, make up a motorcycle engine. All right. And so you do a drop down box and you say, okay, I want this cylinder to sound like a motorcycle. And guess what? Your build sounds like a motorcycle. That would be cool, But again, did this person put in a feature request and start or star somebody else's? Probably not. Here we go. Here's another person of reasonable. That's not how copyright works. When you play a game, the company that owns the game owns anything you make within the game. You can't sue the game dev because they used a screenshot you take of the game. Precisely how it works. That's exactly how it works. I'm just checking back some chat here. Yeah, I think stacking the wheels would be cool. That would be just like helicopter rotors. It's something they're used to. I think that would be an easy solution. So I'll do a video maybe and a write-up on that and try to put a feature request. And if you guys want it as well, you can go ahead and start because I think that's the best way to do it. Yeah, I could have. It's a new mouse. I'm still getting used to it. Oh, did I press it? Yeah, probably. I figured you wouldn't mind if I was talking about your build. Yep, I'm glad you're going to join the next challenge, Grafton. This was, I think, a good scale challenge for me. It was 15 builds. It took about 12 hours to get the video done. Most of it is me rewatching the video because you figure it was 2 hours and 12 minutes of video. And so I had to rewatch it probably 4 times. So there's 8 hours of it is just rewatching the video, which I can be doing other things and just listening for mistakes. So that was most of it. So it's not too bad, but I really do not want to go to the Jersey system. The Jersey system was, let's say you had 15 competitors, and then you vote and you take the top 5 and you review the top 5. I don't want to do that. I'm going to do that with the review channel because that, the review channel is not, okay, you have a 2-week span to build a car. The review channel is, okay, anything you've ever built in your entire time of Stormworks, I'll review. So I literally had people who were like putting up 5 builds in one day. It's like, dude, that's like 6 hours of work for me that you just put up in 2 seconds. It's like, pick one, And so what I'll do with the review channel, as I talked about this before, is I'll open it up. Let's say I open up either for 2 days or till it hits 20 or whatever. And then you guys will go in and vote for the 4 that you want to see. So the top 4 I will put in the video. Then the 5th one I will pick. That way, let's say somebody's not getting picked on, but somebody's never getting picked. And I say, oh, there's a new player. They're building something cool, but because they're a new player and it's not as refined of a build, or because all of the other people are picking something that's more aesthetics, I'll pick something that's maybe a little bit more technical, and I'll pick the 5th build, and then I'll do the video and say, listen, if you didn't get selected and you want yours to be reviewed, next time the review channel opens up, just resubmit it. And then people can vote again. And guess what? If I see you resubmitting every week for like 5 weeks, or let's not say it's going to be weekly, but 5 times, I may say, hey, this person's always putting theirs up. They're never getting picked. I'm going to pick them as my 5th. So that's how that's going to work. But I really don't want to do that with the challenges like Jersey did, where the community picks it, because I used to get in every one of the build challenges. I think I missed out on one that I tried to get in. And the reason was there was a formula to it. Have a good picture. Share a lot of pictures during the development phase so people get excited and hyped for your build. Talk about it a lot. Be seen in the community. There was a formula to do it. And so I don't want to get into that politics of it. I'd rather review everybody's build. And if I need to be like, okay, I'm getting too many builds, Instead of being 2 weeks, it's going to be 1 week. That cuts it in half because half the people aren't going to participate. And then I'll just do another challenge closer. Or I'll say, okay, I'm going to break it up into 5 videos, But I like to review everybody's build. I don't like to be like, I don't like people to get excluded. I'm just checking, trying to finish up on chat here. That's what I'm thinking, I think it's a lot of young people are just running out and chatting, but it gets super duper. Like, see here now, people are fighting about this nonsense. People bringing up random stuff that has nothing to do off topic. So, if I was a developer, would I go in here? Absolutely not. The value is very low. I just skipped that one. Like this one's reasonable, but this isn't the right place for it. Like, look, window shade. What is this? What is this business? Like, it's just like stuff like that, and then you'll see somebody complaining, and this is like weekly rant by Hushy. Again, you don't have to put, that's all been explained. We're not rehashing that, but it's like, dude. Exactly, like this stuff. He just likes to rant every week for no reason. It's just like, this is a place of negativity. And so personally, I choose not to go in there anymore. I don't go in there anymore. I think there's zero value in going in there, unfortunately. And so you had one of the reasons why I think it sucks in there is you have a lot of, there was a post on Steam and it was like, why is the community so negative? And of course you had some of those people who are always posting negativity and they're talking about, because the devs suck, this. And like I think I posted, I'm like, the community isn't necessarily negative. You're just in a negative place. There are a lot of negative people, and this is where they congregate. And my whole hypothesis is this is where they think they can hurt the devs' feelings. The devs hurt their feelings, so they're going to come back and they're going to hurt the devs' feelings. And so they're gonna complain where they think they'll hurt the devs' feelings. And you know where people are having a ton of fun playing this game? Discord. I recommend to everybody, if you want to have fun and you want to see where people are having fun, go to Discord. I wish mine was a little bit more populated than it is, but we have community videos with all people in the community. We have screenshots. Like, people have been posting some great screenshots lately. A lot of great conversation here. Let's see. This is in the last couple days. Everybody active, posting a lot of pics. These people are enjoying the game. Do they have gripes every once in a while? Sure, but guess what they're mostly doing? Enjoying the game. They're posting their pictures. They're enjoying the game. This is a completely night and day different place. So to assume that the community is negative because they went to Steam, you got to go somewhere where it's a little bit more, where people are enjoying the game. Like here's even the official Discord where, again, people think they can hurt the devs' feelings, and so they go and throw barbs. Well, look at all these people making builds, enjoying the game. This is where the game is fun. And, this is where the community is, and this is where the community is having fun. It's like if you went into a club, right, and the club's job was complain about Stormworks Club, well, guess what? All you're going to hear is negativity. It was like, I joke about this with Star Citizen. Like, I'm pretty disgruntled with Star Citizen, but Star Citizen had a really bad thing happen where the Reddit fractured. So for Star Citizen, you had the Star Citizen Reddit, which was all white knights. It was people who loved Star Citizen and think Chris Roberts is God, and there is no fault at all, and whatever Roberts says is gospel, and they white knight Star Citizen, which is a game I'm disgruntled about. And the problem is the moderators on that Reddit are also like that. And so what happened was, any comment that is not even negative, but is like not glowing about Star Citizen gets voted down to oblivion, which, listen, I have no problem with the voting system on Reddit. There should be a downvote so that nonsense gets just downvoted. That's fine. You get some groupthink with that, but if the community is balanced, if you have a post that doesn't make any sense, if you have somebody saying some nonsense, they can get downvoted, whatever. And if their point was valid, if people agree with their point, it'll get upvoted. You do get echo chambers like that, but whatever. But what happened was Star Citizen fractured, and then there was another Reddit that got made, which is Star Citizen refunds, which is all people who want refunds, and that's where all the people who hate Star Citizen go. So now you have a hyper partisan Star Citizen Reddit where 50%, or I won't go percentage, but you have one place which is Star Citizen Reddit, which is if you don't put anything glowing and Star Citizen is perfect, and of course it's fine to take 28 years to make a game, um, you know, you get all this flack from the White Knights. And then if you say anything positive in the refunds, it's the same thing happens. So it's this false dichotomy where what should happen if you have one community, you'd have the people who are negative about Star Citizen balancing out the people who are positive. And there are times in Star Citizen when even the pro Star Citizen Reddit is negative because the devs did something really, really bad that even the White Knights aren't supporting them. And so you start to see a balance of what is actually going on in the community. And we don't get that with Steam, especially those discussions, because the negative people tend to congregate there, and I think more of the positive people tend to congregate on the discords. And so, if you're not finding a bunch of positivity and people enjoying the game, go to the discords. I have a ton of these discords that I belong to, and they're great. You have tons of positivity, people in different communities. You have some laser focused communities like, for example, Engineers of Stormworks. They make mostly train stuff. We're in the wrong thing for that, but like Rail Showcase. They're mostly a train-based community. So if you're into train stuff, go here. Like when they came out with the Industrial Frontier, which was a huge train update, you had a ton of people who asked for this. Nobody wants this. Oh, this crap on the on the Steam. And if you went into EOS, people were thrilled because they got a ton of train stuff. And when the Steam train parts came out, you had a bunch of people on Steam. Oh, nobody wanted this. People, we want guns. And EOS was thrilled because this is a community that's mostly dedicated to trains and loves trains. And they got some loving and they were happy. And so this was a super positive place that completely was, the opposite mood of Steam, and then you go in some other places, SRS does a lot of rescue stuff. You have JSI, which is focused a lot on ships, and they have shipping stuff in here. And so it's great because you can find the communities that are doing the things you're interested in. If you want some ship tips, you can go to JSI, and you can see some inspiration here. You can get some ship tips from people. You can get a lot of cool ideas. You have a lot of people congregate here who actually operate ships IRL and can be like, oh, in real life, it wouldn't be like that. It would be like this. This is why they don't do that. And you learn some really cool things. There's a guy who works on a ship in here. I forget his name. And, I've learned some great things about, why things are realistically like that. And so that's really cool. And EOS, they'll tell you, like for example, if you want to build a train and put it in the workshop that will operate with most systems, they have a standardized system they use. And if you use that system, most likely you're going to be able to attach to more, rolling stock. So kind of rant over on that. I'll wrap up here in a second, guys. Let me just catch up on chat. But, so I think it's, sometimes you need to find the community that is enjoying life, frankly. Let me just check up here. Yeah, for example, like Aiden just says they play multiplayer 70% of the time. I never play multiplayer. And so we probably want different things. Like personally, and one of the things too is I think there comes a maturity where you're like, okay, I don't always need what I want all the time. I'm not the most important thing in the world. And so, for example, like let's say they came out with the next 5 updates are multiplayer updates. I could be like, oh, this sucks. I really wish we got Windows. Oh, this sucks. They could have done this. Oh, this sucks. I wish they did this. I wish they put cement in game. Oh, this sucks. Or I could be like, hey, you know what? They just put in a ton of multiplayer stuff. I've seen a lot of people who've really been wanting multiplayer updates. They've been doing that. They're doing a good job. It might not be for me, but guess what? A lot of people want it. And Aiden wants it. He's probably going to be thrilled now because he plays a lot of multiplayer and multiplayer is better. And that's kind of my whole outlook on it is not everything is about me. Not every update has to be about me. Would I be more thrilled with a dually update than an oil spill update? Absolutely. Would I, if they could give me dually parts and better windows, and if they could give me a cement update where I have to mix two things together to get cement, water, and aggregate, and I have to mix cement, and I now have it in a cement truck, and that cement truck has to turn. If it stops, it will freeze up, and then I have to go pour it at a construction site. Would I prefer that over the weapons DLC? Yeah. But guess what? Am I bummed out they made a weapons DLC? No. Why? Because a lot of people wanted it, and that's good, and it's good for the game. I'm just reading some chat here. Yeah, build challenges I think are great. Like I'm really enjoying Big Man's challenge. I wish there were more challenges. I missed 545s. That one wasn't really up my alley. I didn't want to use his truck because if again I'm a truck guy. If the transmission didn't work the way I wanted, it would have driven me crazy. I like that. I like that reference, Connor. Yeah, yeah. Like if you look at my numbers, I tend to skew a little bit older. I think I have a little bit more of a mature audience, and part of it's the way I do my videos. Like you kind of need somebody who's a little bit more mature to want to sit through an hour-long video to learn how to make something run. Um, and it's why, like, I'll get a comment every once in a while. Hey, man, if you made your videos like 15 minutes, you get more viewers. And it's like, yeah, but that's not the viewers I. Not that I don't want those viewers, and I certainly welcome those people, but I make the content how I want to make it. And if people want to watch, great. If people, I'm happy that I have the people who want to watch it. If people don't want to watch it, then that's fine. There's other content for them. It's like, it's like I don't watch Days of Our Lives. It would be like if I said Days of Our Lives sucks. Why is Days of Our Lives in the air? It's so boring, right? Of course it's boring. It's not made for me. Days of Our Lives is made for an audience who likes to watch Days of Our Lives, and a 2 hour long video on the history of the inline six engine. That's right up my alley. And so it would be equally as invalid if somebody was like, "Oh, why did they make this video? This video is stupid. I wish they just did a makeup tutorial instead, right?" you know. So it's like different strokes for different folks, different audiences for different content. And it's like I make the content I want to make. I have no illusion that I'm going to have, a 40 million viewed video that's going to make me be able to retire from going to work, and I probably wouldn't even want that. So it's like, I kind of I do what content works for me, and that's, great. So I'd rather have a small audience that is engaged and happy with what I'm making than trying to like compromise who I am to try to what get another $50 this month. It's like, you know, even if like would I sell my soul to go make like, a 5 million a year probably for the year, and then what would I do? I would take that 5 million and I would put that channel on life support, and I would retire, and I would make the content I want to make, And so it's like, I'm not out there chasing views. Like there's some things they can do, like try to get better with the analytics, try to, for example, like use better tags to get your videos more viewed in the Stormworks when you search for that, have better search terms. Um, like I try to cut out if there's any like, a little bit of, I started doing more of the time lapses, like, and part of it's like, do I have to talk about nonsense for the next 5 minutes to go to Dre more? Or I could put in a time lapse where we can all listen to a nice bit of music, some cool music. And I think that's kind of fun every once in a while, so let's see. You've got train issues, Grafton? Let me see if I can get a link for EOS. Yeah, where is invite? I never invite to other people's servers, so I'm trying to figure out how to do it. I'm gonna create an invite for EOS for you here. So here's an EOS invite. cement update. Yeah, there was it was somebody on the official today or yesterday. They made a cool, it was like a Mac cab over cement mixer, and they were joking like cement update when. And I would love a cement update. That industrial gameplay is right where I want to be. Like we thought it was going to be fishing back when we got Industrial Frontier, and Anonymous Sandwich had looked through it's publicly available information. It's on Steam somewhere, and you can see some of the workflows of the devs, and then you can look. They start putting some files into the game files, and so Anonymous found the some of the stuff that was talking about industrial. So they knew that it was going to be industrial, this next one, not fishing, and I was thrilled, man. That's right. That's what I want. Like if I could craft this game to be what I want, right? Let's say I get to be the Grand High Poobah of Stormworks updates, I would go full in industrial. Okay, so we have metal now. First, I would fix the logistics and make it actually logistically sensible. So devs, contact me. I will be happily explain to you how logistics really works, and we can fix Industrial Frontier, so it's awesome. And then what would I do? Okay, now you're done with metal, right? You can bring the metal and sell it, or you can take the metal and you can bring it to the foundry, and you can have it pressed into ingots, big ingots that require cranes, right? And then you can also press it into I-beams. Well, guess who wants an I-beam? A construction site. So what do? There's a construction site that never gets finished, but you go there and there's a little square on the ground. Make it not like Euro Truck Simulator was this big flashing neon that looks ridiculous that takes you out of the immersion. Have just like an area of concrete on the ground, and you have to actually build a crane for your truck that picks an I-beam up with a magall and puts it in this area. And then after a while, you get paid for the steel, and then after you get a certain distance away, it all disappears. So that's not pop-in immersion breaker. And so you made more money because you went ahead and you took that refined steel and you brought it to the foundry to get it to turn into I-beams. And then have steel plate, right? Steel plate would be a different thing. You can stack the steel plate, even make it so that it disappears and turns into a pallet of steel plate. But now you can load the steel plate onto the back of a truck, deliver it to the construction site. Okay, farming. I'd love to see farming in games. So let's quickly go to the map. We have some really cool places that I think this is one. I don't think the devs are necessarily. I don't want to hype. I hate hype. I really do. But so let's say there are some things I think the devs are doing. Like I don't think it's a coincidence they're putting a lot of animals in the game. People are like, why are they putting animals? Nobody wanted animals. It's like, dude, they worked on Industrial Frontier for over a year before we even heard about it. All right, likely they already have they're already talking about these majors. They're probably well in depth. So like we have these cool villages here, man, right? So imagine if you drive a truck over here, right, and they add a little area where it's farming, right? So they have a cow paddock, right? And you get a mission to drive down here and pick up milk and sell it. Or you could do it like oil, right? So here's Bob's farm, right? Bob's farm. There is a paddock and it has cows in it. The cows walk around and there is a tank and the tank has milk in it. And you come over here and you plug your hose anchor into the milk. You fill up your truck. You buy that milk for $1 a liter. And then you drive over here to Jimmy's Supermarket. Where is it? We'll find a gas station. We'll go to Chicken Soar's. Chicken Soar, one of the winners of the Build Challenge Echo. We go to Chicken Soar's gas station. Actually, they did this in pharmacy. You want multi-step. So let's say you go to a production facility. So we'll say it's here. All right, wherever. They could add these. Go to a production facility. All right, you pump the milk into the production facility. Now what do you get? You get pallets. All right, you have pallets of milk, and they're now bottled. And so what do? Well, you need a different truck, or you need a flatbed. And so you come back here and you pick up your pallets of milk. All right, you drive your pallets of milk from here, and guess who buys pallets of milk? Chicken Soar's gas station, right? But they don't need 1,000 liters of milk, do they? No. So you have a truck full of pallets of milk. You're able to sell 10 here. Okay, so you bought the milk for $1. You brought it to the facility. It got turned into bottles of milk in crates or pallets. Crates would probably be easier. You could pick them up and carry them. So you carry a crate in. You drop it off. You can drop off 10 here. That's the capacity. They want 60 bottles of milk. That's it. Okay. Then what do? You drive from Chicken Source and you go up here and guess who else wants milk? Q-Wop Town wants milk. All right. So you go to Q-Wop Town and Q-Wop Town wants milk. So this is the corner store at Q-Wop Town. You go in here, you drop off they want 12 pallets of milk. You drop off the pallets of milk. Okay, your truck is empty. Yay, you made some money. That gives you some interest. It brings animals in. I think that will be a hell of a lot of fun. It adds a little bit of ranching and farming. I think that would be a kind of a cool way. It does multi-stage industrial. That's how Farming Sim used to do it. It was really cool. You would go, you would mine, say rock. You would mine something was an allegory for cement, I forget. And then you would need water. So you would go down, you'd get water in a water tanker, you would get gravel, and you would get cement, and you would put them into the facility. Once you get enough parts, water, cement, and gravel, it spits out concrete. Well, who wants concrete? The construction site. Concrete goes to the construction site. Yeah, you make money. Can you sell gravel? Yeah, you can sell gravel, but you don't make much for it. Can you sell cement? Yeah. Can you sell water? Yeah. But if you add the three together, now you make a real profit by making an actual product. I think that's what I would love to see in games, more industry like that. Because each step I need to engineer a solution to my problem, and then I have an actual cool thing I have to do to plan my sales. Okay, Chicken Store only wants 2 crates of milk. Well, I'm not driving all the way to Chicken Store to sell 2 crates of milk. But guess what? This village will take my entire truck of milk. So guess what? They get it. And then over time, Chicken Store wants more and more milk because they're not getting their supply. So now this place is saturated with milk. This place might not need milk for another month. But Chicken Store gas station, because I didn't go there, because they only wanted, 1 crate of milk, well, now they want 10 crates of milk. Well, now it's worth my time to go do it. And so stuff like that, simple economy stuff, simple logistics that makes sense. Yeah, inline 6 diesels are awesome. Oh, are you having realignment issues? I haven't had any issues with that. Yeah, they definitely need to fix mining. It's mostly the logistics is borked on it. And again, if they want to contact me, I'd be happy to, help them fix it. Yep, sheep's another thing. Like, go up to a sheep, or like, even if they don't want to go super in depth where you have to actually like shear the sheep yourself, which would be difficult to a certain extent. You have to get up to sheep. You have to have 2 models of sheep. After you shear it, it needs to turn into the sheared version. Farming Sim did this, but again, that's what that game's all about. But pretty simple. You go to one of these villages. All right, you go to, there's another one over here somewhere. Go to this village here, Chris's Ranch. It's a ranch. They have sheep there. You go to Chris's Ranch. What do? After a while, they get a supply of wool. After a while, they get a supply of meat. Where does the wool go? The wool goes to the wool processor. Where does the meat go? The meat goes to the meat processor, and then the processed wool the processed wool goes to the store. And the processed meat goes to the grocery, and bingo. That gives you a stacked industrial gameplay that lets you make some decisions, lets you engineer some things. It lets you set up a bunch of gameplay, so it's kind of cool. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I need to, at some point, I'm going to make a channel on my Discord so that people can put their Discord name will show up, of course, and you can post what your YouTube name is, so that it's a little easier for me to kind of tell, and what you would like to be called. So, for example, like I might put, if you're, Grafton Ennis, and your Discord name is Sergeant Chaos, and you say I'd like to be called Sergeant, I know, okay, so when I say that, that's Sergeant, so I might do that at some point. Yeah, I think the animals are cool. I would love to see them do that. Now, again, they've been adding more and more animals. I would say it's not a lot of those negative naysayers there think that they're doing this randomly. They could be doing it randomly, but I think what's more likely is they have a long-term plan of putting some sort of animal interaction into the game. And that would be, they're talking about, they already got 2 major updates planned for 2024. Plus, the DLC this year. I think we have 1 more major coming maybe, plus a lot of minors. So I would think that with all this animal business they've been doing lately, it's probably why build an animal for an update that's going to come in a year and not release it. And so probably what they're doing is saying, okay, well, we're putting in more. We're going to get to an animal thing where we actually do something with the animals, but instead of holding on to it and putting it in our back pocket, we'll see you later there, MCSF gamer. Instead of just keeping it in our back pocket and keeping it, on the DL, we'll release some animals, and then maybe people will be like, oh, they're releasing a lot of animals. Why are they releasing these animals instead of being negative? And then they're like, hey, you probably noticed we've been releasing a lot of animals. We're starting to add more animals, and in the future, you're going to be able to interact with them in a major update, Yeah. Yeah, like games like Transport Tycoon, I've always loved those types of games. Oh, that's nice, Graham. Thank you. That's good. I'm glad I found you guys. It's fun having a community that wants to, kind of. I like seeing everybody's builds. I wish that we would get some more, a little bit more activity on the Discord, just like people posting their builds and everything else and what they're working on. I always love to see that. I think the live streams are helping a little bit. Live streams are good for community engagement. I think a little bit better. So that's one of the reasons I've been doing more. Is that meeting some more people. It's been fun interacting with everybody. Sometimes YouTube's discoverability isn't great. I think they're working on it, but it's like Twitch is better. I was gonna look at a program that I can stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It's gonna be a pain to go through both chats at the same time, but that way anybody who's on Twitch or uses Twitch as their primary streaming, can also do that as well. But I have to look at that. But so it's like if I do a search right now, I'll bring it up. And then I'm going to take a break here. So like if I do a search for Stormworks, can't spell it right. So like the algorithm this is the one thing everybody is trying to do is figure out the algorithm. And so it's tough. And so there are a bunch of different things. And so it's like we got a couple of Neotastics. We have my live stream that's going on right now, the Echo, some more Neo Frantic and Komodo. Sometimes you get the algorithm where it's all Komodo the whole way down. And that's a little frustrating that you don't get any diversity in it. It's like it super weights it for the ultra popular people. And of course that makes sense on for Google, because what's Google trying to do? Make money. And so if they have somebody that's getting, here's 85,000 views, Komodo's video, that's a lot of ads. Like I don't run ads usually during these. If I go do a break, I'll hit an ad on the live stream. But that's a lot of ads. So that makes YouTube money. So they're going to push whoever makes YouTube the most money. Well, what's YouTube doing? They're filtering everybody towards single creators, which I wish there would be a little bit more of like, diversifying it and showing other people who are doing it. This is Frantic in a different game in Flyout, but Frantic is also a Stormworks creator. That's why he's in here, and that makes sense. Raptor. I don't know who this is. This person play any sort of Stormworks, or are they just in here? Another Frantic, a Neotastic, a Komodo. Shorts. Shorts are often what's getting high views. So, like, I think this is a Storm Trail. I think I have a couple in here. I don't do too many shorts. Here's one of my more popular ones in shorts. So this is a Storm Trail. I recognize that one. And then here's a live build from the other day. So it looks like they're pushing live builds, live streams lately. YouTube has, but YouTube goes in these little here's a Frantic subscribe there. Another Neo. I haven't heard of Housebox. There's a lot of views. Komodo. This one was good. I watched this one. This has nothing to do with Stormworks, but it's Tugboat. This was a good video. I recommend this one. This was fun. I'll grab you guys a link for this one. This was a cool video for the nerds here that love tugboats. It's talking about tugboat accidents and how to prevent them. I enjoyed that video. Here's a Star Citizen one. So some of these are putting up. Okay, it's previously watched. Some of these I think are throwing up things that are random things that I generally watch. It's like intersplicing some of my followed channels in there, because it's trying to get me to like watch a video, and it's part of the marketing for YouTube. Neo, like I'm trying to find it. Here's another one of mine. Is that mine? Yeah, that's mine. Here's another mine. Pterosaur has been making some videos lately. So it's like you gotta see, like there's some reasonable diversity in here sometimes, but sometimes it's like Komodo all the way down, and it's like the YouTube algorithm doesn't seem to be working all that well. But it's like none of us know exactly how it works, and it's like you don't know what's gonna get popular. Like I started putting in different tags so that when you do a search, it's more likely to come up with my video. But that's if you're searching for those terms. So it's, sometimes it's like hieroglyphics trying to figure out what's going to get it up there. And again, I don't need a ton of viewers that aren't interested in my content. Like, I'm not picking on anybody. Say the average Komodo gamer viewer isn't somebody who would enjoy my longer format videos. Say that 26 minutes is the most they ever want to watch. And so it doesn't really pay off for me for them to click on my video and be like, oh, that sucks, and never watch it again. So it's like I almost don't want to be recommended to that person. But somebody who enjoys that video and enjoys mine is a good person to, send both of our videos to, because they'll enjoy both content, And so it's kind of like that's ideal. Is I want people steered here who want to be here, and enjoy it. It's the same thing like with me is like if YouTube sends me a bunch of videos I have no interest in, I'm like, what are you doing, YouTube? Send me something I want to watch, not stuff I don't want to watch. Like I get makeup tutorial videos. It's like, why am I getting this? I do not put on makeup. I don't want to watch this. So, and part of it I think is you can pay to promote your videos. So for example, like on the weekend, I get a bunch of political videos that I'm like, what is all this crap? And it's like, oh, I bet it's the people are paying to have their videos promoted for political reasons on the weekend when people are home and can watch videos. And so as part of it's that element of it. But like, see, like now towards the bottom, my videos aren't popping anymore. So it's you never know. It's like here's a bunch of like the same people, but so you never know what the algorithm's doing. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna take a break here. Let me quickly check through the rest of the chat, and I think I'll go take a break. I need to eat, and I'll go for my walk after that. Yeah, it's getting on walk time too. I was quickly checking out. Yep. Jason's been here. OG. Yeah, tugboats are cool. Yeah, I get too many of those. I just like go buy Megalodon Krakens. It's like, that's not what I'm interested in. I don't like to put on lipstick, unless a lady puts it on by using her lips to put it on me. That's about it. Thank you, appreciate it, Connor. All right, we'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll try to get. I'd like to get a career build series video out. I've been waiting on getting the Albatross ready, and it looks like the Albatross is ready. So if you guys do see a video pop up, please click on that, watch it through, give it a like, and comment. That all helps with the algorithm. I don't like promoting myself too much, but that stuff all helps. I would really appreciate it if all you guys would watch and rewatch and share and tell friends about the challenge videos. We had 15 great entrants on that. A lot of great people who posted some really great builds. All their builds are in the description. You can click on those links. Congratulations again to Vanders, the points winner, and Chicken Soar, Captain's favorite. We also, voting will go till, should be Monday midnight for community favorite. So please watch, check out the builds, and vote for your community favorite. Please watch those build challenge videos. Those are always a lot of work, and I certainly appreciate if you guys watch those, upvote them, share them, and comment. So I really appreciate it, and I look forward to the next challenge. So we'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Adieu.